I'll call this Public Safety and Homeland Security meeting to order on today, July 19th. I'm going to ask if I could to get Representative Mike Jackson to lead us in a word of prayer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's bow our heads. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before you. We ask for your wisdom, your guidance, your leading as we go through these hearings, Father. Thank you for this day, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
I want to thank everyone for being here with us today. We're fixing to get started and dive into the agenda. Before we do so, I want to give take care of a few housekeeping measures. We're probably going to go until about 12:30 or so, break for lunch, and then come back for the second half of our day. You know, there's been a lot of talk about disenfranchisement over the last several months and weeks, and I know across town we're having some hearings to talk about disenfranchisement of some perceived type. But today, this committee is going to talk about the disenfranchisement of the worst kind, and that's crime. And that is crime in areas of our capital city. And I hope that when this committee's meeting is finished today and throughout the course of this summer, that you will see that this committee has a high regard for the public safety, not just in rural Georgia, not just in South Georgia, but in every zip code of every corner of this state. And it's imperative that we come together today and listen to some testimony about what's going on in our capital city. So without further ado today, I want to introduce our first speaker. The first item on our agenda will be remarks today from our speaker, David Ralston. He's going to be zooming in with us today. Speaker Ralston, are you there with us? We welcome you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Collins and members of our House Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Before I get into my remarks, I wanted to make mention, some of you may know that Majority Leader John Burns lost his brother overnight. He passed away after an extended illness. So as you go about your day, I would ask you to keep the Burns family in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you for letting me visit with you in this format. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person, but I'm in Savannah, where last night I visited with the Georgia Association of Chiefs of Police. I wanted to be here to thank these chiefs personally and all the other law enforcement professionals for all the work they and their officers do to keep our city safe. As you know, we have seen a dramatic spike in crime, particularly violent crime, in our capital city. I won't rehash all the statistics with you, and frankly, I don't have to. All you have to do is read the headlines in the newspaper. On June 11, from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, quote, after historically deadly 2020, Atlanta homicides are up nearly 60% in 2021. To put that in perspective, let me share this finding from 11 Alive back in May. Adjusting for population in Atlanta, you're more likely to be a victim of murder, a shooting, or aggravated assault than you are in Chicago. Stabbings on Peachtree Street in broad daylight, shootings in one of our busiest MARTA stations. Members of the committee, this cannot continue. I want all of us, Republican and Democrat, to stand together and work to end this horrific crime wave. I'm not looking through this committee's work or anything that I may say or do to point blame or have a political discussion. Let me be very clear about what I want you to focus your time and energies on. I want you to bring people to the table who want to offer solutions, whether it is from city government, law enforcement officers, community organizations, or concerned citizens. I want us to work together to find a way forward. I said at the outset of the work of this committee, I wanted to be a partner with those who are concerned about this terrible epidemic. I want you to call on experts from the GBI, the Georgia State Patrol, and any other state agency that can be a resource in your work. With that in mind, I have already met and spoken with Appropriations Chairman Terry England about some proposals that I want the House to take up and approve next session. We know that a key component in fighting crime is having law enforcement officers on our streets. I'm of the opinion we need more state law enforcement officers working in the city of Atlanta. To that end, I am announcing that our amended FY 2022 and FY 2023 state budgets will contain proposals when they leave the House for 20 new state trooper positions. Working with the Department of Public Safety, we intend for those state troopers to be focused in our SWAT and Nighthawks DUI division, which concentrate their work in and around Atlanta. I know that Governor Kemp and Attorney General Carr will be speaking shortly, and they will discuss some programs they have led on, task forces devoted to combating gangs and organized crime, as well as human trafficking. I have every confidence in the professionals at the GBI and the Department of Law and the good work they are doing in these areas that are so critical to public safety. So I'm also proposing today to double the size of the gang task force within the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the human trafficking task force within the Department of Law. Combined, these proposals will add approximately $3 million in additional personnel to keep Atlanta's streets safe. And frankly, I expect this announcement will be just the beginning. I've said before, the residents of Atlanta are Georgians, and we all live under the same Constitution. Let me quote to you from Article 1, Section 1, Paragraph 2 of Georgia's Constitution. The protection to person and property is the paramount duty of government and shall be impartial and complete. Let that be your mandate. Do good work and do it quickly. Thank you for all your efforts on behalf of our House of Representatives and the citizens of our great state. And Chairman Collins, I want to pay a special tribute to you for the great leadership you have taken on this issue, and know that it does not go unnoticed. I know Attorney General Carr will speak shortly, and I want to welcome him and thank him for the incredible work that he and his team do on behalf of our citizens. Attorney General Carr is a longtime friend and a great servant of this state. But now it is my high honor and privilege to present to you another good friend and great leader, a small business owner who knows what it is like to try and put food on a family's table. He has been and will continue to be an invaluable partner in keeping our state the envy of the nation. Members of the committee, please welcome the 83rd Governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp.
Thank you all very much, and Chairman Collins and members of the committee, I want to thank you all for allowing me just a few minutes to address you this morning. I certainly want to thank Speaker Ralston for his support, but also his strong commitment to continue many of the efforts that we have been working on, and I'm certainly honored to be with you all today. As you know, over the last 2.5 years, members of the House and members of this committee have been strong partners in our combined efforts to prioritize public safety in the appropriations process, but also to pass legislation to put the security of our communities and our families first. Marty, the girls, and I appreciate that partnership, and I'd like to personally thank you all for the strong support that you have given my priorities as governor. Accomplishments like were just mentioned, the gang task force, passing the First Lady's human trafficking legislation, anti-street racing legislation, and locally controlled school security grants, among many others that were all possible because of you all's commitment to public safety here in our state. I would note that, however, the only legislation I just mentioned that passed unanimously was our First Lady's, and she's here today. She also wants to thank you for your support, and she reminds me often that her legislation is the only that has been unanimous. These initiatives have helped us move the needle to build a safer, stronger Georgia. This past Thursday, Marty, Amy Porter, and I joined GBI Director Vic Reynolds and his team and Attorney General Chris Carr in providing an update on the gang task force work over the last 2 years. While they have made incredible progress, my charge to them was not to rest on their laurels, because the dangerous criminals in these gangs aren't letting up. In fact, because local elected leadership in our capital city has created an anti-police, soft-on-crime environment, the task force work, in my opinion, is needed now more than ever. The task force has now been joined by the Crime Suppression Unit, spearheaded by the Department of Public Safety and Colonel Chris Wright, as state and local law enforcement join together to rid our communities of crime and crack down on dangerous street racing in Atlanta. The Crime Suppression Unit has now apprehended 109 wanted criminals, impounded hundreds of vehicles used in dangerous street racing, taken stolen guns off our streets, and conducted literally thousands of traffic stops across our capital city. For that, we are deeply appreciative of their dedication, of all these brave men and women in state and local law enforcement. And make no mistake, this is very dangerous work. I'm here this morning first and foremost to thank this committee, to thank the House and again Speaker Ralston for meeting to find real actionable solutions to the crime crisis occurring in the city of Atlanta. Please know that my office stands ready to support and assist you however we can in the months ahead. To that end, I hope you will keep in mind that it is my intention to include the work of this committee and solutions from other concerned stakeholders in my call for a special session of the General Assembly this fall. While the General Assembly and my office, along with many state agencies, have stepped into the gap to protect our citizens and help ensure law and order in our capital city, I look forward to working with you all to see what more we can do. It is my commitment that we will do everything in our power to build a safer, stronger Georgia. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your time today. I want to thank again the members of the committee and the members of the House. We look forward to working with you. Have a great day and God bless you.
Thank you, Governor, for coming over and taking the time. We appreciate your leadership. At this time, we want to hear from our Attorney General, Mr. Chris Carr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you so much for having me today. It is an honor to be here. I too want to thank the Speaker and the Governor for their efforts and for their service, particularly as it relates to protecting the people of our state. They have been great partners, and I appreciate very much their leadership. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, it has become all too common for Atlantans to wake up to headlines about shootings and armed robberies and violent homicides. It is worth stating, though, Mr. Chairman, as you did too at the outset, that we are seeing a rise in crime, not just in urban areas, but in rural, suburban, and ex-urban communities as well, which makes it all the more important that we uphold what our state constitution mandates. It is the paramount duty of government to protect person and property. And I think that's worth repeating. It is the paramount duty of government to protect person and property. It's right there in our Constitution. All of our citizens deserve the right to live free from fear. This rise in violent crime and increased fear is being driven in large part by criminal street gangs. This gang-driven violent crime wave threatens our safety, our quality of life, and our economy. And yes, it's an economic development issue. Companies will not locate or expand in places where their employees are not going to be safe. Atlantans remain on high alert while driving to and from work, getting groceries, pumping gas, picking kids up from school, visiting the Beltline, or leaving their car in a parking deck. Their fear is unfortunately warranted, and it's entirely unacceptable. We as leaders in our state must stand firm, take action, and fight the growing gang network with a better network of dedicated law enforcement personnel who want to keep people safe and put violent offenders behind bars. And that's what you're here today to discuss. Supporting law enforcement, working more closely together, and stronger interagency collaboration are critical to address the crime issue in Atlanta and around the state. And I'm thankful for this committee's dedication to identifying and implementing such solutions. I launched the Georgia Anti-Gang Network in 2018 to pull together, for the first time ever, local, state, and federal partners to combat gang violence. We've identified 4 areas to focus on: strengthening multi-jurisdictional investigations and prosecutions, improving intelligence sharing capabilities, stopping recruitment, and increased training efforts. Our latest meeting a few weeks ago, in fact, focused on crime in Atlanta and how we can better work together to solve the problem. And I want to thank Chief Bryant, Sheriff Labatt, DA Willis, the governor, and the First Lady for all attending that critically important meeting, and it was very successful. And I would welcome this committee's participation and input, and I will keep you posted as we go forward with future meetings. And as you continue this critically important work, I want you to know that I will be driving home a message, both in Metro Atlanta and around the state. And that message is this: when law enforcement brings strong gang cases to their desks, prosecutors must aggressively prosecute gang members for their violent crimes. Georgia has one of the toughest gang statutes in the nation, and it needs to be put to use. Our citizens deserve nothing less than the strongest possible sentences for those violent criminals who are wreaking havoc on our society. But unfortunately, there are some who have decided to pick and choose which laws they want to enforce. And their self-interest driven criminal justice reform is nothing more than this: a deliberate choice to not enforce the laws of this state. That's a dereliction of duty, and actual lives hang in the balance. We must reject this dangerous trend that we are seeing from some. That attitude and that approach will lead to one thing and one thing only: an increase in crime, not only in their jurisdiction, but around the state. We should all be working together and working hard to rid our streets of violent gang members. And I'll continue to spread this message as I travel the state. As I close, let me support wholeheartedly a comment that GBI Director Vic Reynolds said last week, and that is that violent crime in our state can be solved, but it will take leadership. The leaders in our capital city and around the state must prioritize fighting violent crime. This starts with publicly supporting the men and women of law enforcement who are putting their lives on the line every day to enforce the law. They need our support, and they need the best resources, training, and technology that we can provide. That's good for them, and it's good for the community. More specifically, better training and technology will keep our officers and members of the community safe. I stand ready to play an active role in any state efforts to address the rise in violent crimes that we're seeing in communities, not just in Atlanta, but around the state. And I thank you all for this opportunity to address the committee. And I thank you all for supporting our mission of protecting Georgians. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
You feel like taking questions
Yeah,
from
sure.
the committee today?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. I'd like to recognize Representative Holcomb at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What are the jurisdictions that you're referencing that aren't prosecuting cases to the extent that you think that they should be?
In Athens in particular, the DA has written a memo saying what particular misdemeanors she will or she won't enforce. There have been those who have campaigned also on the same issue, saying they'll only enforce misdemeanors such as DUIs or domestic violence. And that's a dereliction of duty. You all passed the laws of this state. The governor signs those laws. If they don't like it, they should run for the legislature and change the law that way. They shouldn't be. I think it is dangerous for a member of the executive branch or the judicial branch to say, I'm just not going to enforce the law.
Tell us about what efforts your office has in terms of gang prosecutions. Is it to support local, or do you bring any cases yourself?
So 80% of all human trafficking crimes are gang affiliated. In fact, we've got a big gang case right now that we're working on with the GBI in particular. I won't get into the specific details of that. In addition, though, I do think we have a platform to be able to support. We've got, whenever there's computer crimes, human trafficking crimes against the state, we can support. But absolutely, we can and will support law enforcement, federal, state, and local, wherever we can. And I'd be very open to increased jurisdiction where we can help violent criminals, help go after violent criminals.
There you go. There you go.
Well, Representative Holcomb, as you know, DAs are the tip of the spear on most violent crime. Our office has carved out, you all have carved out jurisdiction for us. Human trafficking is one of those areas, and we're proud to do it. But we know, look, we in the state of Georgia didn't like big centralized government. It's why we have 159 constitutionally protected sheriffs, 50 DAs. They're the tip of the spear on most violent crime. But absolutely, will our office stand ready to support anybody and make sure if the legislature would like for us to be able to support multi-jurisdictional violent crimes and gang activity, I'd absolutely be for it. Sure.
What type of data analytics are in use or being used to inform both the variables that are causing the crime and also the individuals that are doing it? Because it was your statement that this is predominantly gang activity, and I'm curious about that, as opposed to one-off crimes, which also happen a good deal. So what's the way in which you're receiving this information, and how can that information be provided to the committee so we can also evaluate it?
The GBI has done some investigation. The Georgia gang investigators have some information, and we'd be happy to provide that to y'all, as well as working and getting information from local law enforcement as well. Be happy to get that for you.
Chairman Powell to my right here has a comment or a question.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, and I appreciate those comments.
Sure.
I'm a non-lawyer. I've just been up here, and I may be one of the few legislators that says he's not a lawyer. But I've got a couple of questions I want to ask you about your opinion, whether you can give it or not.
Sure.
I hope you can. One of the concerns that I've had over the years, and that's dealing with the court systems. Some of the judges that I've talked to, the inferior court judges, that are actually on the bottom line when they're setting bonds and such like that. I'm told that in certain parts of the state, that when some of these offenders come forward, that basically they may try to set a bond and then it's appealed by their lawyers to superior courts, and it's basically non-bondable. Things like people that are running the drag races or folks that are running through downtown Atlanta and other places at 120 miles an hour. To me, that's assault with a dangerous weapon. And I've understood that they can try to set a bond, but then it's appealed up and it's done as a personal recognizance, and they're back driving again. Something that gives me a lot of anxiety because if someone is violating the law, then they need to be dealt with. They need to be pulled off the streets, or if it's some other type of a crime. Now, one of the things I'm understanding is that these judges have said they can't come to this committee and testify because it would be a ethical violation. Yeah. That gives me concern that we can't hear from these other folks that we need to hear. Do you know any way out of this that we can deal with the judges and to hear the truth of what's going on?
Well, I'm a believer in the separation of powers too. That's what the Constitution provides. But I think, Representative Powell, the legislature can pass the laws of this state. That's the function of the legislature. And if there is a belief that the law needs to be changed, this is the body that can do it.
Well, then let me say, I'll refer back to your comments about Clark County.
Mm-hmm.
We passed the laws. The General Assembly has been rather tough on crime over the years. But if everybody in this network of the criminal justice system aren't working together to put behind bars even if it's on a bond hearing, somebody that's dangerous, then they need to be put behind bars, or they need to set a certain bond, not a personal recognizance, so that they can go out and perpetrate the same crimes again.
No, and I understand that frustration because I share it as well, which is why I brought it up. I mean, I think there's a couple of things. I mean, there is a law on the books in the state that has to do with violation of the oath of office that could be considered, although difficult. But the other thing too, Mr. Chairman, there are times where elections have consequences, and we allow for there to be elections, and I respect that. I think that communities need to pay attention, particularly as it relates to those that are involved in prosecuting crimes, who you're electing. Because at the end of the day, as I said, this is not just a public safety issue. It's a quality of life issue. It's an economic development issue. And it doesn't just stick within the jurisdiction. Because as you know, and I know, they're not going to stop at the city line or the county line or even the state line, which is why you got to have collaboration, multi-jurisdictional collaboration, including crossing state lines as well. Again, I think if the laws need to be changed, that's something for your committee to consider. And I think that those that put their hand on a Bible and swear that they'll uphold the laws should uphold the laws. And there are ways, I think, to address that as well. And I know that this has been one of the issues that the legislature considered as it related to DAs and oversight and that type of an issue. I know that's been a controversial issue and a contentious one. But then at the end of the day, people also have to pay attention to who you're electing. That's, I think, the best way that I can answer
As
that.
one further note to this. So would you advise that maybe when we're in the mood of drafting new legislation, do we need to start being more specific about bonding under certain offenses so that they have no latitude, start taking some of this latitude away from these more liberal judges who think that they just need to be turned out under personal recognizance when these are dangerous people that have shown a pattern of behavior that needs to be dealt with until they can go in front of a judge or in front of the court.
Well, I defer to the enlightened conscience of the legislature on these issues, but Mr. Chairman, the more specific you can be, the better it is for those of us that have to enforce the law.
Thank you for the job you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Chairman Jaspers is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Attorney General.
Yes,
for
sir.
Being here on a bright Monday morning. This is a personal issue that happened to me last night as my wife and I were driving through the connector through downtown 75 last night. She's probably asleep and I'm driving, and drag racers shoot right past her. I mean, she jumps up out of the truck seat almost. I mean, there's like 4 or 5 of them. And so we have a conversation about this, and it goes back to something you just said a moment ago, picking and choosing. And I couldn't answer her practical question, and I hope you can, or maybe somebody else can today. It's with GSP has done a great job impounding, I forget how many cars.
Yeah, hundreds.
That the governor talked about a moment ago. They've done a great job. It's like Chairman Powell said, and I'm just curious, where are those things impounded? Are they staying impounded? Are the people driving them being turned out as Chairman Powell described? I mean, what's happening? Because, I mean, I was doing 70 or 65, whatever the speed limit is, by the way. You know, and they were doing 100. I don't know what they were doing. They shot past me in a light, endangering everybody on the road right then. And as the speaker talked about, the Constitution being complete, I'm a resident of Pickens County, driving through Atlanta. My life, hers, and who everybody else on that road was endangered.
Yep.
And I guess her simple question was, what's happening to those people? Those hundreds of cars, are they in an impound lot that we're all going to get to bid on? You know, where are they at? Are they being turned around as Chairman Powell?
That's great. I don't know specifically where they're impounded, but I do know that there's a fine and there's a fee that goes along with it. And because, again, the laws that y'all passed that have to do with street racing have had an impact. But I'll say this, I want to commend the State Patrol and Department of Natural Resources and Community Supervision and other sworn officers that have been part of what the governor talked about, the crime suppression unit. I got a chance to go out with them on over Memorial Day weekend to watch this firsthand. So I've seen exactly what you were talking about, but that support that they are providing is making a difference. I mean, I'm sure that some people can afford to keep going and getting their car out of the impound lot and paying the fine, the fees, but others can't. It has to be making a difference. It may be over time, but I think the message that's now being sent is don't come to Atlanta and do it, because the state and the locals are working. And I think the governor and Colonel Wright and others will say that, you know, the partnership with Chief Bryant is working. He's been very open to that help, and I think it's been critical to the numbers, and we can get from the governor's office the numbers that have been put forth since they have started this crime suppression unit. But you got to stick to it. You can't let it go. You got to stay on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I can, I guess, Mr. Attorney General, okay, they've done a great job. We all agree. I mean, but when it goes to the prosecutor in Fulton County, I guess
We need to get from them what their process is, because they're the ones that prosecute those
and I'd love
cases.
to know. I mean, if there's
Sure.
somebody in here that represents the city of Atlanta, you know,
Sure.
what are happening to those hundreds of cars?
That I don't know. Yeah.
What's going on with those people? I mean, I think that's what the public needs to know.
Agreed.
To have some security in
Agreed.
that, the great work that GSP and their associated ones are doing, that it's having a difference and they're making them pay for it.
That's right. And we'll work with you too, see if we can't help get some
I'd
of
love
that.
to know.
those
Thank you.
numbers
Thank you,
too.
Mr.
Sure.
Chairman.
Absolutely.
Any further questions for Attorney General Carr? Okay, thank you for being here.
Thank you,
with us
Mr.
today.
Chairman. Appreciate the committee.
On our agenda, we're supposed to hear from Director Reynolds.
Mr. Chairman?
And he is not here at this time. Sorry, somebody's online. Who's that?
Yeah, we're online with questions.
Okay, I'm sorry. He's just left and walked out of the room here. My apologies. If you'll make sure, if you want to comment in the chat box, we'll make sure and get you to the next speaker if you have a question. So at this time, we're going to hear from the Department of Public Safety, Georgia State Patrol. If y'all would like to come forward, please. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do y'all have the PowerPoint that I sent over by chance? If not, I'll just give remarks.
Okay. All right.
Good morning. My name is Josh Lamb, and I serve as the Chief of Staff for the Department of Public Safety. I'm honored to be here today and to have the opportunity to talk about the efforts of DPS on crime suppression inside the city of Atlanta. As everyone is aware, Atlanta has been facing a crime surge of significant proportion beginning last summer. Anyone that keeps up with the news in Atlanta can see it plainly listed in the headlines, and anyone living in Atlanta could feel its impact to their very core. The crime wave has been extremely violent, resulting in a dramatic increase in shootings. I live in Atlanta during the week, and I often like to sit outside late in the evening and at night, and there's been countless times that I've sat and listened to sustained and prolonged gunfire across the city. The HAC reported that during the first 18 weeks of the year, homicides were up 57%, rapes were up 55%, aggravated assaults were up 36%, and auto thefts were up 31% compared to just the same period last year. As of June, shootings had increased by 40%. I don't have to tell you, but this is madness. People do not want to live in this. People value safety above all else because, let's be honest, if you don't feel safe, nothing else really matters. Governor Kemp realized exactly that, and that something had to be done. This type of violent criminal behavior could not go on, and decisive action must be taken. Governor Kemp directed the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety to use all necessary state resources to assist in combating violent criminal behavior inside the metro Atlanta area. Colonel Wright spearheaded an effort to bring state law enforcement together in a task force style effort. DPS was joined by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the Georgia Department of Natural Resources. These agencies began collaborating to coordinate weekend crime suppression details. Working effectively together and in concert with our local partners, we began to tackle violent crime and street racing in the metro area. The Department of Community Supervision, the Atlanta Police Department, and the Fulton County Sheriff's Department have all been partners in this endeavor. In addition to working with our state and local partners, DPS also created its own criminal suppression unit. The CSU unit is comprised of 6 members, whose sole responsibility is to seek out and arrest violent offenders inside the city of Atlanta. In addition to CSU, our criminal interdiction unit and Troop C personnel, all located in Atlanta, have proved to be very effective as well. In addition to the above resources, we have also used the aviation units, both from DPS and APD, to provide overwatch ability that is simply unmatched and has proved to be incredibly effective. I've got some totals that I will pass out, but when you look at them, it is plainly obvious that our efforts have been very successful. I believe the results speak for themselves. These numbers reflect the hard work and dedication of many law enforcement professionals. They have gone out and performed valiantly during a time and in a place that has been very hostile to law enforcement. There are not enough accolades to adequately thank them for their service. If you look on the statistics I'll give you, just specifically at the wanted person column, you will see that at the time of the report, and keep in mind, this report is essentially a living, breathing document that changes almost every weekend. And the latest totals I've got reflect this last weekend. But at the time of this report, which was Friday, there had been a total of 88 fugitives that had been apprehended as a result of these details. It should be noted that many of these fugitives are violent offenders. They're wanted for murder, aggravated assault, armed robbery, carjackings, as well as other violent crimes. Besides these statistics, further proof of the effectiveness of Governor Kemp's vision and the results of effective policing can be seen when we look at our original schedule. When we started, the idea was to perform these details twice a month, essentially every other weekend. But after the first couple of weekends, we realized when we were not in Atlanta assisting to suppress crime, it once again trended upwards. In response, Colonel Wright implemented performing crime suppression details every weekend. As you can see, DPS, GBI, and DNR are committed to public safety. We currently use a contingency of Atlanta-based troopers and motor carrier officers, and we supplement it by bringing in troopers and motor carrier officers from around the state. In addition, APD officers team up and ride along with our troopers. This pairs local knowledge with significant manpower. With the added intelligence gathering capability of the GBI and the incredible assistance of DNR Rangers, we truly form a formidable team. While the main effort is targeted on weekends, the CSU unit's sole responsibility is to work on crime suppression in Atlanta, and it does so full time. In addition to the numbers listed earlier, CSU efforts have resulted in the following: 40 pursuits, the recovery of 47 stolen cars, 16 stolen guns, and 27 fugitives apprehended. As mentioned earlier, many of these fugitives were wanted for committed violent crimes, including 10 that were wanted for murder. The total value of the stolen vehicles that have been recovered so far is already in excess of $1.1 million. Together, as a team, we have made a difference. Together, as a team, we will continue to make a difference. We are extremely fortunate to have a governor who understands the value of human life and the significance of preventing the destruction of property. We will continue to carry out his vision and do everything possible to safeguard the citizens of Atlanta and of this great state. And with that, I will yield and attempt to answer any questions that you may have.
Do you have a handout you want to pass out?
I sure do. I've actually got a couple. So one will be the updated totals of the crime suppression events so far listed in order, beginning with week 1. And the second is a document that goes just a little bit more in depth and actually lists some of the incidents that we've been involved with.
17. That you read? Okay. Recognize Representative Rick Williams for a question.
Thank you, Major, for being here and your information. I have one question. The DPS Motor Carrier Division, do they work on the weekends?
They do, yes, sir.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
You talking specifically for the crime suppression event or just in general?
Just in general, these guys are the ones, maybe the truckers they're policing, but I didn't know if they actually patrol on the weekends or not.
Yes, sir, they do. To what extent, I'm not 100% sure, but I do know they do work some on the weekends, but they have been specifically working on the weekends to help us with the crime suppression details.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Holcomb, you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What are the primary reasons for the uptick in crime?
Any reason I could give you would probably be based on my personal opinion. And I know Assistant Chief Coyt's probably going to get up in a little bit. He might be able to go a little bit more in depth on that. But what I believe, one is we've been demonizing the police to the point that everybody believes it's the police that's the problem. And when you're trying to blame police for all of society's woes, that is a very dangerous and perilous argument. The very people that you're sending in to try to combat crime are the ones that you're blaming for crime. If you'll look at the shootings across Atlanta, you will see that these haven't been police shootings, very few. This doesn't have anything to do with the police. We've got to stop demonizing the police. We've got to encourage people to make better decisions because let's be honest, this stems from people making bad decisions. The police are always going to be the second to show up. The initial incident is always going to be almost always without the police there. We've got to get people to make better decisions. If we do that, the police almost becomes a moot issue. Whether that's the initial bad decision or whether it's compliance when the police show up, it's quite simple. People need to make better decisions. We need to stop demonizing the police, and we need to start preaching personal accountability. At the end of the day, you're responsible for your actions. I think that simple.
Do you think that we would have a lower murder rate if people did not criticize the police?
I don't know if we would have a lower murder rate, but it seems like it's certainly been a consequence of blaming the police seems to be a bigger issue of just people not taking personal responsibility for their own actions. And it seems like blaming the police has just been kind of a side effect of that.
Okay. Yeah, I hear you. I'm a former prosecutor, and I'm just not sure that too many murderers, when they're thinking through that, that's a primary variable in terms of their.
Well, I think so let me go a step further. I think one of the issues is to be able to combat crime. We need to stop demonizing the police because when you demonize the police and then you expect them to go out and try to stop the murders, that becomes a problem.
The second question that I have is, you mentioned that a lot of your work is on the weekends. Is that because that's when more crime is happening, or is that just when you're authorized to be engaged?
Well, that's when we tried to focus our efforts as much as we could. When we're bringing in people to try to make that concerted effort, we can't do that all the time. So concentrating on the weekends where it seemed like there was a increased uptick in the violence seemed to be kind of the best bang for the buck, or where we could use our efforts the most to get the most effect.
And last question, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead.
I'm really interested just in using data analytics. So is the state using micro-targeting and other things? Like, in other words, are you evaluating where crimes are taking place, days that they're taking place, and then assigning resources based on those judgments? Or can you walk us through?
What we're doing is that's part of the partnership with Atlanta Police Department. So Atlanta is monitoring the crime. We partner with them and they basically tell us where we need to be concentrating our efforts. Yes, sir.
Chairman Powell.
Chris, I want to thank you for your comments, and I don't want to step overboard on any questions, but I appreciate, maybe for the first time, I appreciate Mr. Holcomb's questions to you about your opinions about what's created the situation we have with the lack of respect. Question specifically, and GSP has historically always been a motor vehicle type operation. And now y'all are being asked to step into some other areas, which we know that anybody that's post-certified has that authority to reach out and to do the necessary. And I understand the manpower shortages I understand all the problems of the years of dealing with law enforcement, and whether it be the salary scales and the character we talk about, the lack of respect that seems to be absolutely growing in leaps and bounds. But specifically, when I chaired this committee a few years ago, one of the things that bothered me tremendously, and I spoke out at that time, was when the metro area, the Metro Police, when they sent out a notice to the merchants in Buckhead, Phipps Plaza, Lenox Square, other merchants, and they said, if you have a shoplifting offense, don't call us. We don't have the manpower. Let your private security handle it. Well, a lot of businesses don't have private security. And quite frankly, in dealing with a crime, that should be up to the local, that should be up to the police. Do you think that has, do you think that's been a cause that has created this, this growth in the crime, that there hasn't been enough concerted law enforcement? Or could it be maybe the politicalization of law enforcement in the metro area? I watched events last year, and maybe I shouldn't address it, but I saw this thing in the, there's a few things last spring that just sprang out at me, that there were a number of Atlanta PD officers that were dealing during the discourse of the riots last spring. And there was a car that came up with 2 students in it with darked out windows. First and foremost, anybody that knows anything knows that a darked out window, if law enforcement are interrogating or they're stopping somebody, they need to see who's in there, because they don't need another weapon pointing at that window, because law enforcement officers' lives are in jeopardy as it is. But when asked to roll down the window, when they refused to do it, then they had to break the window. When they were asked to get out of the car, they wouldn't get out, so they were forced out of the car. And from that point on, as my understanding was, that these officers were summarily dismissed without due process and then charged by the former DA. That can't be good for morale. Can you maybe add to some of this?
What I would say is, if we look nationally over the course of the last year, I believe that we would see that the defund the police movement was a huge movement nationwide. I think we have seen, again, nationally, not just here in Georgia, the results of that. I think you saw police officers pull back. I think you see the over time decriminalization of criminal behavior. And I think we're now seeing the results of that. I think if you look now at a lot of the cities that defunded police, it is now turning into the refund the police. Fortunately or unfortunately, a combination of both. But when we did that, I think it's had the opposite effect. What it has done is it's actually highlighted the importance of police. I think people now are starting to understand that, and it's not an unusual phenomenon. We see it also with crashes. The fewer troopers we have, the higher number of crashes we have, the higher number of fatalities we have. I think it's the same with the police. If we build a culture as society where we embolden the criminal element, and at the same time we restrict the police or make them hesitant at enforcing the law, I think we see crime rise, and I think we're seeing evidence of that now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chairman Jaspers.
Thank you right here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Major. Appreciate just sitting here listening to you talk and listening to your dedication to our public safety. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
And all the folks who've been working on this. But I guess I want to go back to the previous question with the Attorney General. I mean, simple question. I looked at week 12 on what you had showed us. Vehicle stops 1,237 or 36, and I look across all the different things that you charge people with. Due to the, I guess, revolving door, which I feel that's what I've heard, and I look forward to other people to testify that's not true. In the city of Atlanta, I wonder how many of these are rearrests, just the same people you're seeing how over time, and how frustrating that has got to be for you guys, our law enforcement on the front line every day, kind of follow what Chairman Powell said. Is that out there? Can you see that yet, or is it a little early to see that sort of thing?
I don't. Generally, I know there's probably quite a few that are rearrest or have committed other violent behavior. As I said, at least 10 of the wanted persons that we've apprehended were wanted for murder. So that's probably the case. But as far as hard data on that, I just simply don't have it.
That's just curiosity. I'm a
Yeah,
curious
sure.
guy, but I would love to say thanks to the speaker. I think the members heard, just like we did, that we're looking at adding 20 more officers to your group in town, because I guess my little bit of worry for this, when y'all started this, was out in rural Georgia where I live, that we're taking your guys from doing their duties way out where we are. And, how are you covering that? I mean, that seems to be a tricky thing because it can only work so many hours, and budgets and all this.
Right.
Is that where that 20 is coming from? Do you feel you need that many more to?
We just need more people in general, number one. Right now, we're at 760 total troopers, which is the lowest that I can recall it ever being. So overall, and I'm sure we're not the only ones. We're suffering from something that I'm sure almost all law enforcement agencies across the country are suffering from right now, and that's lack of manpower. But I think that goes back to something that I mentioned earlier. If you embolden society to dislike the police, don't be surprised when people are not signing up to do this job. I mean, that's just a consequence of that's just the reality of the situation. In the past, we were always concerned with recruiting. We were always wanting people, we were focusing our efforts on recruiting the next generation to come into law enforcement. Now retention's become as much of a problem as recruiting. Not only can we not get people through the front door to come to work, we're having trouble keeping the ones that were already here. And to be quite honest, I don't see that getting better anytime soon. And that's something society really needs to take a hard look at. We're seeing now the results of a lack of policing. And unless that gets better, I don't think the crime is going to get a lot better. And that's pretty disappointing to think about.
Thank you very much. I've got a question for you, Major. These stops have been throughout the whole Atlanta area. Is that correct? Mostly in Fulton County, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. One of the statistics that you showed here, April through July, and my colleague, Representative Holcomb there, talking about data. When I look at this, it looks like cars and bars are a bigger problem than guns. I mean, you're looking at 195 DUIs, 138 reckless driving, and 22 stolen guns. Is that true? That's your best in your belief? That's only 22 guns that have been taken off the streets, stolen guns?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Number 24 down there, who is?
That's me.
Okay, Chairman Green.
Thank you. As I was looking at your chart here, is there any way that you can add a particular column to that identifies individuals that have come from out of state? And how many would that be? And the reason I bring that up, there are a lot of Airbnbs in the Atlanta area that have very, very cheap rooms to rent. And we have noted, because I live in one of those areas, the rise in the prostitution, drugs, and just recently an individual was shot and killed there, and 3 others injured. And it was very interesting to us that these individuals are coming into these cheap Airbnb places in large numbers, and we have noted the increase in crime in these areas. Is there a way that we can look at this?
I will certainly check into it for you. And again, Assistant Chief Coy may have some information on that, but we'll certainly look into it and see if that's something we might be able to add to our statistics.
Okay, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Green. Who's number 15 down there? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Major Lamb, a couple of things real quick. You had mentioned earlier, this is kind of to piggyback on what Representative Holcomb had asked. I don't think either that when somebody goes to commit a violent crime or a murder, they think about the fact that the society doesn't appreciate the police. But you talked about our reduction in law enforcement, more proactive police, having more police on the street, doing more active policing reduces street level crimes, but don't you also see a reduction in higher level crimes along with that? You talked about more traffic stops, more patrol on the streets. It reduces fatal car crashes. Is that a correlation you see as well?
I think that's very well explained. And what I should have said to begin with is, yes, I think what happens when we're talking about the demonizing of the police is we lose that overall general deterrence effect. So if the police are not out policing, you lose that deterrent effect, because whether somebody's worried they're going to get stopped for speeding or any other smaller crime, which may lead into the bigger crime, if we lose that overall general deterrence effect, I think we see that, not, whether that be misdemeanor or violent felonious crime, I think the effect of that is seen across the board in criminal behavior.
Okay. And to your other point, you'd mentioned y'all were down, I think 762, I believe is what you said.
We're down to, it's 760, I think, 760,
Okay.
762, something in that range.
And that's the lowest number. How many slots do y'all have allocated? How many trooper positions do y'all have?
The goal for as long as I can remember, which is going back 25 some odd years, I think even longer than that, the goal has always been to get to 1,000 troopers. We have gotten at times closer than others, but we're probably as far from it now as we have been in the course of my career.
Okay. And last thing, I know you said that talking about retention, and I agree that retaining your experienced quality officers is the lack of being able to do that's a bigger problem than not being able to hire new ones. Or do you have any suggestions of things? I know that trying to change society's views on how they view the police is a bigger lift. But for us, is there anything that you could suggest we could do to help give y'all and I know that's more than pay. Pay is one thing. Nobody gets into that career looking to make a fortune of money. And appreciation is a big part of it. But are there things that you can suggest that we could do or provide y'all with to help you retain the officers that you've got on staff?
Yes, sir. Well, of course, all options are on the table, but recently, and we do this fairly often, we try to go around the state and meet with all of our employees across the state. And what I can tell you that is, with meeting with the employees and talking to them, one of the big things that keeps coming up is retirement. Like you said, the salary, very competitive. So two things. One thing they're very concerned about is being the only time they get a pay raise is basically at the discretion of the legislature, which it brings about a lot of instability and unpredictability. So one is, if there was a little bit more predictability in when a pay raise would come, especially now that a lot of the employees have a 401k, it becomes very much more important than someone like me that was under a designated benefit plan. They're with a 401k. If they can look and be able to better predict what their salary would be during a certain time throughout the course of their career, I think would build stability and predictability into both their salary, but in turn also their retirement plan. That keeps coming up a lot. And that seems to be where their main focus is, not so much on salary, but salary tied into retirement plan. The retirement plan and then the predictability of where they would be throughout the course of their career seems to be the two issues of most significance right now when we talk to our employees.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I believe we have a question from Representative Frazier online.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Representative Frazier. Always good to
Thank you.
see you. Thank you for being with us.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you, Major Lamb, for being here. I have a couple of questions I would just like to ask you as it relates to our police officers and the reasons why. Just wanted to ask you about the reasons why there are so many car crashes have increased since we only have fewer troopers. Is this because of long hours, double shifts, possibly fatigue and inadequate staffing? So what is the reason for this?
I think it's the lower visibility with the fewer troopers there are around the state. I think it goes back to that deterrent effect. I think all of us can can recall a time where you're driving down the road and you see a police car, whether that be a trooper or a sheriff's deputy or a local police officer. It has the effect of making you put your foot on your brake and we slow down and we change our driving behavior. When there's less police officers on the road, there's less of that happening. And I think because of that, that leads to the increase in crashes.
Mr. Chairman, another question?
Don't go ahead, Representative Frazier.
Yes, and also, as we talk about retention, is that also based upon our pay scale, possibly a low pay scale? Isn't this true that this might be a factor also in retaining our troops?
As I mentioned earlier, I certainly think pay scale is part of it, but right now we are competitive with other state agencies, especially in our area. The problem we're having is because we don't have a set pay scale, they don't know when their next pay raise is coming, which introduces unpredictability into their pay scale, which then is, magnified when you take into consideration that their retirement is a 401k. So I think that is an issue, but I'll be quite honest with you. I think we talk about societal woes, and I know we're not going to change that, but I would strongly caution everyone that if something doesn't change, we're strongly or fastly approaching becoming a profession that you're not going to be able to pay anybody enough to come into. And to me, that is a very grave concern as well.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Evans is online and she has a question for the major.
Yes, thank you so much, Chairman Powell, and thank you so
Would
much,
you-
Major Lamb.
Would you speak up a little bit? We're having a hard time hearing you there,
I'm
Representative.
sorry. Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Powell, and thank you so much, Major Lamb, for being here today and all your good work. I did just want to speak. I am a representative in the city of Atlanta and in DeKalb County unincorporated, and street racing did occur quite a bit in our community, especially last summer. And I worked with Colonel Wright and with our local law enforcement. We had two big sessions, like talking about what do we need to do, trying to get at the root of this. And I just want to thank you and public safety for working with our local law enforcement. I've been listening very carefully at all the work you've been doing, and this is something that we needed. I think you all have certain powers, that the local law enforcement, can't do, like being able to chase, and you have that aerial, the ability with drones to see things. So I really appreciate your work and your partnership with APD. And what I heard you say is that you take direction from APD about where they need to go. And I think that's so important too, to listen to, and work with our local partners. I did want to ask you, do you work with DeKalb County at all, or is it mainly just with City of Atlanta Police?
Not sure to what extent we've worked with DeKalb. I would not be surprised that if we have, but I just don't know.
Okay, good. And then the other point, one question I wanted to ask, when I visited the training center in Forsyth, and we were talking about this issue of being able to recruit and retain troopers. One of the issues I remember learning about was an issue of physical fitness, that was also an issue in being able to recruit officers. Is that also an issue? Would you agree?
Sadly,
Yes.
it is. We have a couple of issues, physical fitness being one, but we have a very stringent background process, of which physical fitness is only a piece. We also have trouble getting people to pass a polygraph and a background check. But I think United States military is having the same issue with physical fitness. Who would have ever thought? But yes, ma'am, it is an issue, and we don't seem to be the only ones having an issue with it. But it's one of a couple. The other thing is the polygraph test. But yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I bet if you had to do a polygraph test to serve over here in this body, you'd thin out the herd a little bit too.
I think I want to, and the Chairman, Powell, if I could just say, I hope our members of the Education Committee are possibly listening, because maybe we need to do more for physical fitness, and raising up our students. So, yes, thank you so much for your
Well, thank you for
testimony
your
and your
question,
time today.
and thank you for highlighting our efforts of working and collaborating with other local and state partners, because that's the only way we're going to be effective. There is no one agency that's going to be able to handle it by themselves, and effectively working with one another, whether it be in this crime suppression effort or just within our daily duties, is the only way to go about doing business.
Number 26 down here was, okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Major. I do have a few questions. Well, one specific. When referencing the numbers that you have provided us with, and the questions from this body, you were making reference to repeated references to demonizing the police and expecting them to respond. So, like for me, in my experience, I've been called some of the nastiest, most ugliest things ever when I've been arresting people in the past.
Yes, ma'am.
And when the next 911 call came out, I still had to go.
Right.
So I want to make sure kind of what you're inferring when referencing the crime stats you provided. Are you inferring that officers are have slowed their responses to the calls? When you say things like the officers are not out policing, lack of policing, or they're not being proactive, what do you mean when you're saying that?
Well, obviously, I don't believe that's reflected in these numbers, because these numbers are outstanding.
Mhm.
And when you talk about our troopers, they are out, what some would say aggressively enforcing the law. I would say effectively enforcing the law. But I think there is no doubt when you look across the country at APD's arrests were down 43% during that same period that I mentioned that crime was up earlier, according to the AJC. I do think if you look at policing as a whole, not just these crime suppression numbers, because I don't think they apply there, but I do think if you look at the law enforcement profession as a whole nationally, I think there's no doubt that police have pulled back in some circumstances.
Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Major, thank you for being here. I have one question concerning the street racing and the reckless driving on the interstates. Are you just finding that in Metro Atlanta? I know that there's crime in Macon, there's crime in Augusta, and I live near those two areas because I represent rural Georgia. Are you finding those same things happening in other parts of the state like Macon and Augusta too on the interstates, or just confined to?
I would say, and I don't know this for a fact, but I would expect it's probably happening in a lot of places across Georgia, just probably not to the level that we're seeing it in Atlanta.
The reason I'm asking, those muscle cars do scare me when they
Yes,
they
sir.
zoom by you.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of make you nervous when you're coming up here in Atlanta.
Yes, sir.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We keep talking about crime in Atlanta and all the stuff in Atlanta. Is it not true that it's not only Fulton County, but it's Gwinnett, Cobb, and DeKalb? So when we say Atlanta, we're talking about the metro area.
Correct.
Not
yes,
just one county. But I'm like Representative Jackson down from Middle Georgia. But we see it also in Macon, Augusta, and Savannah, the same things. So, one other thing, the PT test last Friday, I went, but they told me there was an age limit. So can you work on that for me?
I'll see if I can get that rectified for you, and we'll schedule you another one coming up shortly. Yes, sir.
We got one last comment or question from Chairman Powell, I believe.
Thank you again. One is more of a comment, but a specific question I want to ask you. Back years ago, this General Assembly passed the super speeder bill. And quite frankly, a lot of us thought that was not exactly the right thing to do because it was really all about raising revenue with that extra $200 fine and the reinstatement fees and all of that. As a professional, and I've talked to a lot of my troopers and other officers, and a lot of their comments to me was, we need to do away with that and to move it to an aggressive driving charge or the possibilities of over a certain speed limit of an assault with a deadly weapon, because that's exactly what that is. If you're hurling down the road at 110, 20 miles an hour, I'm not going to get into talking about 90 miles an hour because if you aptly said a while ago, because of the shortage of law enforcement on the highways of visibility. I drove into yesterday, and if you didn't run right at 90 miles an hour, they pushed you aside. And I mean, you just have to keep up with the flow of traffic, unfortunately, but that's the way it is. But what's your view about us changing this statute to say, move into something where in talking to judges, you know, and I understand there's a problem that most people don't understand. People have a lien on the vehicle, and the lien holder can take that vehicle back in if it's confiscated or whatever. But we've got to take these folks, we've got to make a point to them. Now that's just on that, and then we can get into the other part shortly. But what's your thoughts about changing the statutes into this?
What I would say is that DPS will aggressively enforce whatever laws the legislature deems necessary in their infinite wisdom, sir.
Good idea, but y'all can't be the ones that bring it up. All right. Second, comments earlier about the pay scales. Some of us has been around on this committee for a long time, and on the budget committee, we understand this. In this changing society where people working at a McDonald's are getting $15 an hour to flip a hamburger. Everything is changing, and it's certainly changed more in the last 2 years with this new normal that we're living in. We can't get officers. Locals are paying more than the state's paying. And I look at all officers. I'm proud of every officer I've had to deal with in every division. DNR, to me is probably one of the most underpaid group of officers there are, because they've been on the bottom of the totem pole. But they're the ones that y'all need when y'all are running somebody through the woods, or an escapee, or somebody trying to get away. Your thoughts, standardized pay scales. I know that's a loaded question, because the guys in blue, they have to stick to theirs. The guys in green, the guys in black. What about a standardized pay scale?
Interesting question. So obviously, we've been looking at a lot of things to increase recruiting and retention. That has been something that we've discussed briefly. I think there is some value at looking and seeing, and of course, it would take a lot of in-depth discussion and research, but I think there is some value in looking at a standardized pay scale. So in other words, depending on your time, education level, experience level with each department, standardizing that probably across GBI, DNR, and DPS, I think would something that would be very much worth looking at.
Thank you so much. Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Thank you for being here with us today, Major, and we appreciate the job that Colonel Wright and all of his staff and your staff are doing to help keep us safe. And we just thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you, and thank y'all for having these hearings, and hopefully we can keep on suppressing crime.
I would just like to mention Colonel Wright wanted to be here personally. He had another engagement. I believe he's down at the Chiefs Conference.
That's
Is that
correct? Yes, sir.
Getting some executive training that he is mandated by state statute to get. So we talked with him, but thank you for being here. You did a really good job presenting to this committee.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go online, and we're going to hear from Director Reynolds with the GBI. He will be our last presenter before lunch. Are you with us, Director Reynolds? Okay. Need to unmute there, Director, if you would, please. There you go.
Better, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We got you. We got you now.
Great. Good afternoon.
The floor is all yours, Director.
Well, thank you. So let me first of all thank you for the opportunity to be with you. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I'm also down here at the Chiefs Conference getting some mandatory hours. So again, thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to update you a little bit on what we're doing at the Bureau, and then certainly make myself available if you have any questions. Obviously, we're very busy. We just worked our 54th officer-involved shooting for this calendar year. Worked one here, in fact, in Savannah, where we all happen to be, which has kept us extremely busy all over the state. We've become very involved, as you all know, in the gang task force work around the state. We initially started that out in mostly the northern part of the state from Metro Atlanta north. We've now pushed that down into the central Georgia area, particularly the Macon to Milledgeville corridor that we're concerned about. So we're really working gang cases with the task force there as well. We've also made sure that every region in the state has a regional gang specialist. And so wherever you are in the state, if there's a gang issue, you can reach out to that GBI office and somebody will be there that's been specially trained to work it. We've also really started being very aggressive and busy in our human trafficking efforts as well. Our new unit, the HEAT unit, which is human exploitation and trafficking, has been extremely busy. Obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is the sex trafficking cases we work, but we're also beginning to work labor trafficking cases as well. I believe that's an area that just hasn't been touched upon in the state as much as it should be, as some fertile ground to plow for law enforcement, and we're beginning to work those cases as well. I also would want you to know that our child unit, our CAC unit, the computer exploitation and crimes against children unit, has just been extremely busy. We've averaged for the last probably 3 or 4 or 5 years around 7,000 tips a year from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. In calendar year 2020, that went up to over 11,000. We track every one of those tips. We look into them, we push them out to the locals, and we work on them ourselves. So that's really inundated us over there at the child unit as well. I also want to update you very briefly. One of the concerns I had coming in was our backlog in the crime lab. It got up to about 46,000 cases. We've been really made that a concerted effort to push those numbers down. We're in the mid-20s now. That's still way too much of a backlog, but I'm very proud of the work that the crime lab folks have done in getting that down from about 46,000 to 24,000 to 25,000 cases in the lab. We're continuing to work on that as well, pushing those numbers down. I'm very proud of the work the medical examiners have done. Thank you so much to the legislature for working with us last session on getting the doctors' pay up to at least a competitive level. We had 3 openings when you all passed that new pay rate, allowing the doctors to be paid more money. Within a month, we had 2 of the 3 positions filled, and that was strictly based on what you did over there. So on behalf of the medical examiner staff at the crime lab, we thank you for that. Again, as I said a moment ago, we're busy all over the state. I'm very proud of the work the men and women at the Bureau are doing, and would certainly make myself available if Mr. Chair, you or anyone else at the committee has any questions of me.
Thank you, Director Reynolds. We do have a few questions here for you today, and thank you for being here with us. Representative Holcomb has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Will you use mic 1 so I can cut this mic off? There you
go. Good afternoon, Director Reynolds. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have just a couple of questions. The first is I want to follow up on your comments on the backlog, and thank you for the update on that and that it's declining, but it is still large. Do you have any sense of when the backlog will be fully cleared in terms of time frame? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? What's your best estimate with your current resources?
I don't know if it will ever be fully cleared, Representative Holcomb. I don't want to mislead you. My guess is, can we get those numbers down even more? Yes, and we're continuing to do that. There's a couple of other areas we're looking into now to tweak our processes in order to push the numbers down. For me to sit here and tell you that the way the crime lab is constructed now with a number of personnel, that we'll get the numbers of the backlog down completely down to nothing. I don't want to say that. I'm not comfortable saying that. I don't know from a practical point of view how that can be done, considering the volume of cases that come in. I will tell you that the majority of the backlog, around 87% of it, occurs within 2 areas. One is obvious, it's drug identification. It's just how many drug cases come into that lab. What we've done in that area is we've really aggressively started pushing out for outsourcing. Again, thanks to you all in the legislature, you all have funded that outsourcing for us. That's really helped us in that regard. The second area is the forensic biology, which is DNA. We're in the process of bringing on new DNA scientists, literally just in a continuous fashion. I think we have 6 or 7 coming on in the immediate future to help us with those numbers. So those are the 2 primary areas that I am concerned about. The third area that greatly troubles me, not so much with the numbers, just because we don't get quite as many cases in, is our firearms and ballistics section. That area, to be candid with you, is an area that triggers how a case moves through the system, how quick a DA can indict a case, or whether or not a case can be resolved, how it goes to trial. That's the next big area that I'm really intending on doing something about within the Bureau. I've told, and I've said this to the folks at OPB, and will tell it to you as well. I know for years the Bureau would come to the legislature and say, give us more people, give us more people, give us more people. And the reality is that in and of itself is not going to solve the problems at the lab. Our ability and willingness to think outside the box, to do things differently than we've ever done them before, it's what's going to, and what is pushing those numbers down. I'm hoping that as we roll into 2022, the numbers, particularly in the forensic biology section, begin going even more of a downward slope. But again, I went around the block to answer your question. I just can't give you a time frame or even look at you and tell you unequivocally that backlog will one day not exist in the lab.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, what is your sense as to the reasons for the increase in crime that we're undergoing right now? What are the causes?
Wow, that's a great question. I will tell you that I think it's a 2-part answer, if you will allow me, and I'll be as brief as I can. I will tell you, first of all, being a metropolitan Atlanta resident, that I'm convinced that the issues that we face in our capital city, surrounding counties, and all over the state is a solvable problem. I will tell you, I'm completely convinced that we can solve the problem of the rising crime in this state. But it's an asterisk by that, Representative Holcomb. And I think the asterisk is not the ability or the willingness of law enforcement to solve it, but the ability for cities and counties and states to have the political will to allow that to happen. I don't mean that in a disrespectful sense, but I haven't heard anyone else's testimony today, but I will tell you that for my friends in the city of Atlanta, we have a great police chief in the city of Atlanta. We have a great sheriff in the city of Atlanta. I'm convinced that with our help, with the state patrol running the point of the spear on this suppression issue, that those issues are solvable, fixable issues if the policymakers will allow them to do that. If they will allow law enforcement to do their job. And I don't mean do it in a way that's careless or reckless or anything of that nature. I mean, doing it the correct way, the legal way, the appropriate way, and supporting them when they do it. And law enforcement knowing that support is there, then I'm convinced it's a fixable problem. What caused it? I think it's just as long as you and I would sit here and talk, we could probably come up with issues. A lot of it is a different mindset toward law enforcement, a different mindset toward authority. I was reading the other day, Representative Holcomb, where 99% of law enforcement involved shootings begin with one issue. It's non-compliance. With one issue, non-compliance. I'm not saying everything the officers say to do or tell you to do is right or wrong. I'm telling, and I preach it to people, particularly when I talk to young folks, on the side of the road is not when you fix it. On the side of the road is not when you debate it. There's an internal affairs process, there's a complaint process that every law enforcement agency I've ever worked with, and certainly us as the GBI, take very, very seriously. And we look into those issues, we look into those complaints. But I think a majority of the issues is law enforcement having a sense of not their inability to fix it, but the willingness of the powers that be, particularly from a policy-making point, to say, we support you, we stand behind you. We will support you if you're doing this right. And again, I'm convinced, I apologize if I sound like I'm jumped on a soapbox. I didn't mean to do that with your question, but I just really feel like we have an issue or issues that can be fixed. if we allow law enforcement to do that.
I hear you, and I appreciate the answer. Mr. Chairman, if I can ask one last question, the same that I've asked all the others, which is, I'm really interested in causes and effects and solutions, and part of that is data. So can you share with the committee what the state does in terms of data gathering, micro-targeting, et cetera, and how that supports local law enforcement solutions?
Yeah, the majority of, yes, certainly. And the majority of our data gathering, intelligence gathering is done through our intelligence unit, which you all know is GSAC. I will tell you that again, your support, and you've been instrumental in that, particularly Representative Holcomb, but the legislative body's support of GSAC has been really, really good. We were just named the National Fusion Center of the Year in the United States. So that tells you what kind of work is being done there. But GSAC produces information, produces intelligence, and our job as an assisting requesting agency is to spit that out to local agencies to say, this is where something is happening. This is where something is going on. We see that a lot as in the unit I mentioned a moment ago, our SEAC unit, when we download or we get information from the National Center about something going on, for example, in Lawrence County or Truthman County or Richmond County, our job is not necessarily to send GBI agents to there, but to get it to those local agencies immediately to say, this is going on in your jurisdiction. You need to respond to it. If you can't, or don't have the ability to, or don't have the manpower to do it, then that's when the requesting agency, the GBI, can come in to assist. But I think you and I both know that in the end, crime is a local issue and it's a local problem and has to be resolved locally. Now, can we assist in that regard? Certainly. But in the end, our job is to get that information out through our intelligence gathering unit to the local jurisdiction that needs it and make sure they're responding accordingly.
All right, thank you. Number 25, who is that? Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director, for being here with us today. I've worked with a couple of groups in my district that mentor young people and educate people. And you mentioned something about not fighting things on the side of the road when there's a ticket, compliance, being in compliance. Is there any way we can get your office or some of your officers to come in and help to educate some groups about best ways or best practices when they're stopped or when there's a crime? And the reason I mentioned that, I met with a couple of groups on last week, and they were talking about the very same things that you were talking about. Is there any way we can reach out to your office and get some people to help us with these mentoring groups that we have?
Yes, sir. We'd be honored to do that. We have and I know most of you know Nellie and Niles and Natalie Ammons who are over there. We have a great public affairs department. We're expanding that department. We're growing that department. So we certainly would take that on. It doesn't mean that Nellie and Natalie have the ability or the time to go around the entire state, but they can reach out to agents in your area and have those agents come. One of the things we really pushing and want to push through the GBI is community involvement. I try to make an effort to commend our agents every time they do something involved in their community more than just simply being law enforcement officers. I think part of that is developing and fostering a trust with that community. You know, years ago when I was just a cop, one of the things that I remember older cops telling me is, you know, those folks, the zone, we called it zones back then, the zone you're working, they said, Vic, they need to know you. They need to know who you are and that you're there to, you believe them and they trust you and you foster that relationship. And certainly we in law enforcement can do better in that regard. And so absolutely, Representative Jackson, you know, if you'll reach out to our public affairs folks, to Nellie or Natalie, we'll make sure we have an agent in your area to do that. And I try to do that a good bit myself. I speak to a lot of youth groups and enjoy doing that. And again, you know, I can't commit all the time to you, but you know, if I'm in your area, you know, sometime and I make rounds to all the regional offices, I'd be honored to do it as well. And so, but to answer your question, absolutely, yes, we can work with you and any of your organizations in that manner.
Well done.
Online, we have Chairman Lumsden. He has a question.
Good afternoon. Director Reynolds, how are you, sir?
I'm good, sir. I hope things are good up in your neck of the woods.
We're doing well. Thank you, sir. Have a question as it relates to gangs. You may not have the immediate numbers, but I think you can probably give us a general idea. How many gangs are actually active in our state, in the metro area? Who are those gangs? What is their focus? And is there any collaboration between them as far as carrying out crimes?
Let me start at the back and work my way. In speaking to our gang agents, our gang prosecutors, our gang liaison folks, they indicate to me, and I saw this certainly as a district attorney in Cobb in prosecuting gangs, the number one motivating factor that keeps gangs going is money, the ability to make money. They just, Representative, they just use criminal activity to do that, be it selling of drugs, be it trafficking of other humans, theft, things of that nature. And we're seeing a cross-pollination of gangs, where you may see ghost-faced gangsters working with MS-13 or Soriano 13s or a blood subsect or a Crip subsect for the purpose of making money. A lot of areas, you don't see that type of cross-pollination in other states, particularly out west in larger metropolitan areas, New York, Boston, Philly, things of that nature. They tend to have a turf and tend to stay in that area. We don't see that so much here in Georgia. There's no geographical boundaries of gangs. And so we're seeing a lot of them work together in that area. Again, I always refer to the numbers given to me by my close working partners at the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, GGIA. I think they're probably on the cutting edge of keeping with numbers. The last major survey they did with law enforcement around the state, it has a little age on it. It's probably at least 2 years old, but those numbers indicated there were about 71,000 known validated gang members in the state of Georgia. I will tell you that in just recent, it's probably in the last 2 weeks, I've had conversations with our friends at DCS, and they indicate to me there are about 15 to 16,000 validated gang members under direct supervision, probation, or parole. They also indicated to me through Commissioner Ward and his folks at DOC, they had another 15 to 16,000 in the prison system that were validated gang members. So right there, we're talking anywhere from 30 to 32,000 people under some form of supervision or incarceration on a state level of known validated gang members. As far as the number of specific gangs, I apologize. I used to have that, an estimate of that. I don't have it off the top of my head now, but I can get those numbers to you, and I'll make sure that we do before the week is over.
Thank you, sir. Also, any idea about how many of the murders that we're seeing are gang on gang?
I will tell you that again, in using numbers that we feel very comfortable with, and those are FBI numbers that have been given to us by the Bureau, by DOJ, anywhere on the low end of 48 to the high end of 90% of all violent crime. Not some of it, all violent crime, anywhere from around 48 to 90% are committed by known validated gang members. And so depending on the jurisdiction you're in, and they tell me that's metropolitan, suburban, and rural areas of our country, not just in Georgia. And so no matter where you're at, you can automatically just about from the get-go determine that a low end of one of every two violent crimes has some connection or relation to some individual in a gang. That tells me that there's a lot of that going on. How much of it is one-on-one or gang on gang? There'd certainly be a high percentage of that, Representative Lumsden. I think the thing that we don't want any violent crime. The thing that scares us and concerns us the most is when that stretches out and innocent victims, people who have no knowledge, no involvement, no connection to the gang, are caught up in that. And we've certainly seen that. People having shootings, drive-by shootings, things of that nature, where individuals and every victim to some extent is an innocent victim, and I understand that. But there's some, in all honesty, who are a little bit more innocent than others. And so that's the part that really concerns us as law enforcement. So I don't know a direct percentage or an estimate on how much is gang on gang, but I do think there is a wide swath of that.
Any idea about, or do you have any thoughts or anything in the way of legislation or anything we need to focus on, legislatively speaking, that you would like to share with us?
Well, you know, certainly from a selfish perspective, I always want to see my gang unit increase. And I think that what we want to eventually be, and I think we're getting there now, is I want the statewide GBI gang task force to grow in two ways. One, I want it to grow obviously by numbers. I want more bodies in there so we can push it all the way down into the South Georgia area. So if you're in Valdosta or wherever you may be, Brunswick or Savannah, that if you need a GBI task force, we have folks there available to reach out to you. And I also want to see it grow by bringing in more local partners. I think that's the way we really gather intelligence and data in areas that we might not be quite as familiar with as the locals, is that we grow that. We're doing that now. We've had a great relationship with Atlanta Police, that they assigned one of their top gang agents with us immediately when we hit the ground running, and that's worked really well. And so we hope to grow it in that fashion as well. Selfishly, you know, we'd always like more boots on the ground agents. I think people are really surprised when they find out how small the GBI investigative section is, or division is, within the Bureau. But we don't want it to be so big that we can't, it's a little bit unwieldy, but I do think, in all honesty, that the boots on the ground agents does need to grow a little bit more to have us at a point where I'm comfortable with the number of agents that we have.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your hard work.
And Director Reynolds, I wanted to mention to you, you weren't on earlier, but the speaker just made some opening comments where he's going to ask the House for doubling the money going to the gang task force for an additional $3 million. So that's some good news. Hopefully you can celebrate down there on the coast with that news.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I think we have one online. Representative Frazier, do you have a question online for the director?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Reynolds, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can. Thank you.
Yeah. I just have a question as it relates to race. We're not addressing that. I think we should have more conversations about this as it relates to reasons why we have an increase in crime. But as it relates to, I wanted to just address the profiling. I'm an African American woman with 2 African American grandsons, ages 21 and 11. And my grandsons both have told me that they are afraid of police officers, especially white police officers. And that is because, as you know, of all the cases, especially here in Georgia, that has really ripped this state apart and across the United States as it relates to African-American men and women being shot and killed by police officers. So where are we as it relates to race relations, educating, profiling? Where are we with this type of education for our officers? Because one thing about it, Director Reynolds, we cannot legislate people's hearts, but we have to change their mindset. And so could you just address that for me, to tell me, what can I tell my grandsons as it relates to them being able to be pulled over, as Representative Jackson said, what do we do? Because as soon as they're pulled over, they are definitely afraid of anything that they do. This officer might be that officer that makes another bad decision.
Well, first of all, let me say, you know, you and I don't know each other that well, but I will tell you that it just really it saddens me. It breaks my heart to hear that, because I know, having worked with a number of law enforcement folks, having worked with prosecutors over the years, I mean, I certainly know that the majority of them have the right heart for this job. It is a calling. And I hate the thought of anybody being afraid of an officer simply because of what that person's race or what race that individual may be who's being pulled over. But I would tell you this, the same thing I told both of my daughters and the same thing that I do, because believe it, you wouldn't think the director of the GBI would ever be pulled over by the cops, but I actually have. And I was pulled over as a DA as well. And I told both of my daughters the same thing that I do. I said, when a police officer approaches your vehicle, you need to remember, they have no idea who you are. They have no idea what you have in the vehicle. They have no idea what your mindset is. They do not know. And so in order to reassure them that there's no foolishness going to go on, I tell them basic things. Have your hands on top of the steering wheel. Let the officer see both of your hands. Communicate, roll your window down, keep your hands up there. Leave them up there. If you're going to move it, when I get my license, officer, I'm going to take my right hand and get my license. Is that okay? I know that sounds silly, and you wouldn't think that a guy my age, my race would do that, but I would do that, and I would tell anyone else to do it as well. I will also tell you that I'm convinced that body cams and things of that nature have really made a difference in how officers know, look, if I do anything stupid, people are going to see it more than likely. And so I think that has made a tremendous difference as well. But I told both of my girls, even if you disagree with what's happening to you on the side of the road, if you think it's the worst thing in the world, if you think it's wrong, then wait a minute, because we have a way to solve it. We have a way to address it, and it's not there. Police officers are just like doctors. They're just like lawyers. They're just like preachers. There's always a bad one. And no matter what the profession is, and as a lawyer myself, I know that sometimes there's some lawyers who aren't good human beings, who are not going to do the right thing. It's the same thing with an occasional police officer. But again, Representative Frazier, I will tell you this, as I said a moment ago to Representative Holcomb, and I do a lot of reading on officer-involved shootings and what happens to ever get to that point. And again, the overwhelming majority of officer-involved shootings and violence perpetrated by an officer begins with a single issue, and that's non-compliance. And I don't mean if an officer is telling you, hey, you get on the side of the road and you jump up and down 3 times and spin around, like you're a ballet dancer. I'm just talking about, hey, I need to see your license. Why you need to see my license? I didn't do anything. Hold on a minute now. Hey, I need you to step out of the vehicle. I'm not stepping out of the vehicle. You can't make me step out of the vehicle. That's the kind of behavior. Even if the person in their heart of hearts believe it's justified, that's the type of behavior that leads to something that shouldn't ever happen. But I will tell you this, you mentioned a moment ago about the conversations about race. I agree 100% with you. Those are difficult, tough conversations. And a lot of people are afraid to have them. They will not have them when that's what we ought to be talking about. Because that, to me, that single issue of how you and I get along, how all of us get along, is going to determine how we as a state, as a city, as a country function in the foreseeable future. And having children, having a new grandbaby, I want them to have a great place to live and work and play. And until we have the courage, and particularly our political leaders have the courage and the honesty and the integrity to sit down and say, we have problems between different races. Let's fix it. Let's talk about it. Let's see what the problems are. And this go about figuring out ways to be decent human beings. This is the last thing I'll say, I promise. I've learned over the years as a cop, as a young prosecutor, as a judge, as a defense attorney for 13 years representing people, as the elected DA, and now as a GBI director, the vast majority of us want the same thing. They want to be safe. They want their families to be safe. They want their children to have a good school. They want the ability to be treated fairly and find a good, decent job with great opportunity. If we all want basically the same thing, why in the world can't we talk about it and fix it? And I just firmly believe that the only way that will accomplish is doing exactly what we're doing now, and that's being honest and candid and talking with each other. Do we need to do better in that? Yes, ma'am, we do.
Thank you, Director Reynolds. That was a profound statement you just made about race. I really appreciate you saying that.
You got a phone call coming in there. Anyone else for Director Reynolds? Representative Evans has one more question for you.
Yes, thank you so much, Director Reynolds. And I appreciate hearing about all of this law enforcement work with gangs. But I wanted to ask you, what kind of work is being done on the prevention level for the offenders? Do we have any gang prevention efforts going on at the GBI?
You know, we don't so much at the Bureau because I think we have to stay in our lane, but I will tell you, there's a very interesting court. I would strongly recommend you guys looking into it. Before we left the Cobb DA's office, we had pushed to begin what we call a gang accountability court up in Cobb Juvenile Court. That court is up and running now. Judge Granis, there's a gentleman up there, Wayne Granis is the juvenile judge, one of the juvenile judges in Cobb County, and he runs the Cobb gang accountability court with juveniles, young males and females who may be headed in that direction of a gang. He gets them into that courtroom. I had the honor of speaking at their first graduation because we were so supportive of that program. I would strongly recommend whichever, particularly metropolitan counties, to go see Judge Granis's courtroom. It's doing good up there. And that's a type of intervention and stepping in when somebody still has the ability to be turned in a better direction where the court system needs to do that. So I'm a firm believer in accountability courts. They work, for the most part, work really good. And that's a really interesting court that Judge Granis is doing in there. And I would recommend it to all your counties.
Thank you. And Chairman Collins, if we have the opportunity to hear from someone from that juvenile court, I would be very interested in that.
Thank you. We certainly will. Anyone else? Director Reynolds, thank you so much for being here with us today. We certainly appreciate your time and your insight, and we appreciate the job that you're doing for us over at the GBI. While you're down there in Savannah, make sure and find my police chief, Michael Mansour from Billerica, and let him know his representative is working hard for him today.
I've already seen Chief Mansour, but I'll let him know that as soon as I see him a second time. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. At this time, I believe we're going to take a break for lunch and come back around 2 o'clock. We have some testimony that we would like to hear from Bill White. In the Buckhead community, we have a couple of Metro sheriffs that are going to speak, and a former detective, and also hear from, I believe, Assistant Police Chief Kite with the Atlanta PD. So we'll take a break and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you. It's hello. All right, it's 2 o'clock and we're gonna come back live here to the House Public Safety and Homeland Security meeting. I believe our first speaker to come and give some testimony and remarks is going to be the Assistant Police Chief for Atlanta, Chief Todd Coit. Am I pronouncing your last name correctly? Coit, okay, thank you. Can't spell that well, but I know how to count. Chief, we appreciate you being here with us today and look forward to your testimony.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me or having us here. If we're ready, I can go on and start out. I'll say a few things and then I guess I'll be ready to respond to some questions. Understand we're here. Well, first off, my name is Todd Coit. I am the Assistant Chief for the Atlanta Police Department. I want to bring you all greetings on behalf of Chief Rodney Bryant. He's down at the Chief of Police meeting down in Savannah, along with some other individuals. Understand that we're here to discuss violent crime. Yes, it is an issue. We are doing a number of things to address these issues. Later, if it would be possible, we could do a presentation to discuss and show everything that the department and the city is doing to address these problems, these issues. But I can go over a couple of things. First, let me start off by saying that overall crime is up 11%. I know everyone keeps talking how 50% is the number that everyone keeps using. That was the issue or the case several months ago, but because of a number of partnerships, task forces that we have and some initiatives that we've put in place, it has gone down to 11%. If we want to keep things in context and compare it to 2019, which is the last normal year, because 2020 was an aberration, our numbers are down 11% compared to 2019. As you all know, violent crime is an issue. So homicides at this point are up 18%. And I know the numbers that the media keeps throwing out, it's a lot higher than that, but it's up 18%, which is something that we don't like, we don't stand for. But again, because of the partnerships we have with our state, local, and federal partners, we've been able to take a lot of violent people off of the street. Aggravated assaults is also up for the year 20%. So some of that is related to gangs, but the majority of it is not. For the homicides, we've only been able to attribute 2 of the homicides to gangs. And that's not to say gangs is not a problem. We don't like to put out information that we cannot prove. Some other people do, but we won't do that. So at this point, we can only attribute 2 of those homicides to being gang issues. We have a top-notch homicide team and also a top-notch fugitive team. Because of that top-notch team, our homicides, we have a 73% clearance rate, which is outstanding. We believe that most of the homicides and the aggravated assaults are because of a lack of conflict resolution. We also know that in talking to the victims and the perpetrators and witnesses, we know that the majority of the combatants, the victims and the suspects, they have some kind of prior relationship. So most of the violent crime is related to people that know each other, their acquaintances. So over 60% of our homicides are related to acquaintances. And for aggravated assaults, it's about 70%. Some of the initiatives that we've put in place to do this, as I mentioned, we have partnerships with our state and local and federal partners. Another name of that is Operation Phoenix. Chief Bryant and Chris Hacker, who's the agent in charge of the FBI, they did a press release several months ago to speak on Operation Phoenix. Operation Phoenix focuses on the repeat violent offenders. And because of that initiative, we've taken off approximately 20 people that are the baddest of the baddest. Some of the other partners that we have, FBI, ATF, GBI, GSP, Major Lamb spoke on it, on our partnership earlier. We also work with the Fulton County Sheriffs, Fulton County Police Department, and DeKalb County Police Department. That's just to name a few. Some other initiatives, because we know law enforcement is not the only answer to conquering this issue. So we're trying to re-establish our partnerships with the churches and with businesses. We know that we cannot arrest ourselves out of this problem. Law enforcement is only a part of the big picture. So, in not arresting ourselves out of the problem, we have some things called the At Promise Center, which focuses on youth, not just juveniles, but youth. And the At Promise Center, it helps the youth, but it also helps their family. A lot of times our officers will arrest or come into contact with some young people that are having some problems, and to try and give them another chance, they'll take them to the At Promise Center where they can get some wraparound services. And a lot of times when the officers take those youth back to their homes, they find out that the youth are committing the crimes or having bad behavior because they're trying to support their families or support their younger brothers and sisters. So a better way to do that is to give those parents or guardians some help. So that's what's key with the At Promise Center. One of the other initiatives that we have is called My Journey Matters. My Journey Matters focuses again on young people that have committed crimes, but they go to court, and the courts will put something in front of them saying, hey, if you participate in this program successfully, we will waive those charges against you. It helps them graduate from school. It helps them get GEDs. So that's another way that we feel like we're helping the youth, because again, we cannot arrest ourselves out of this problem. We have a center called the Video Integration Center. Our Video Integration Center has cameras because we have partnerships with various businesses and schools within the Atlanta area. And those cameras help us watch what's going on. It's a force multiplier because we have a certain amount of officers. We also have license plate readers that help us when we're investigating crimes. One of the other things that the city is doing is trying to install more lighting around the city of Atlanta, because when criminals try to do their dirty work, they want to do it in the dark. If we have lights, that's gonna dissuade them from doing the dirty work. A little earlier, I mentioned the great work of our fugitive and our homicide team. For the year, our fugitive team has arrested almost 500 individuals. Our fugitive team focuses on felonies, so that's a huge mark. Just within the last 28 days, they have arrested 80 individuals. 60 of those individuals were wanted for aggravated assaults and homicides. So that shows some of the work that the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department is doing. And it's not only the men and women of the Atlanta Police Department, it's some of the partnerships we have. And the partnerships are not just in Georgia. The partnerships are with our various law enforcement partners around the country. You all keep focusing on what's happening in Atlanta. It's not just Atlanta. This is a regional issue. This is a national issue that's happening. The issues that we have are because Atlanta is a big city and people want to come to Atlanta. When we have street racers come in, we're able to go on their social media pages and they want to take pictures of them posing with the Mercedes-Benz Stadium as their backdrop, or with the Capitol as their backdrop. Everyone wants to come to a big city, and that's what Atlanta is. We're up to the challenge, and I believe we're fighting that challenge. Crime isn't just a APD problem. We are a piece of the puzzle, as I already said. One of the things that you all asked Major Lamb was, why did he think the crime was happening? I believe it's happening because people feel like they're not going to suffer any consequences. So even if they're arrested, they're going to go to court and nothing is going to happen to them. So they feel like they have no consequences. Somebody else talked about the crime numbers. Our arrest numbers, yes, they have gone down, but I wouldn't say that that's a bad thing, because again, we cannot focus just on how many people get arrested. We're targeting the baddest of the bad. So we are more target specific in who gets arrested. We're not just trying to arrest anybody and everybody. For street racing, just this past weekend, because of our partnerships with Georgia State Patrol, we also have specialized units that focus on the street racing. Our high intensity traffic team, our auto crimes enforcement team, our motors unit, which are our officers that are on motorcycles, our Apex unit and our air unit go out every single weekend to combat the street racing. Just this past weekend, they gave out 114 citations and made 13 arrests. Our crime plan is data-driven, and we review daily the crime. So when Major Lamb spoke on our collaboration and we tell them what areas of the city to focus on, it's because of that data-driven initiative that we have. And last but not least, guns. Just this year, we've had over 1,100 guns stolen out of cars in the city of Atlanta. And those guns that were stolen, it was not just from residents of Atlanta, it was people coming to visit Atlanta. So again, that's just to emphasize this is a regional issue. This is not a city of Atlanta issue. So that's just a few of my talking points, and I'll be ready to answer any questions that you all may have.
All right, thank you. Number 14, who's 14 down there? Chairman Workheiser.
Thank you, and really appreciate your testimony, you being here, and I know you feel defensive because of everything you're hearing, but I don't think most of the anger is targeted toward your department. We really appreciate the effort that y'all are making, but you mentioned something that's very troublesome that I want you to speak to, and that's the revolving door, the repeat offenders, and this is from your Apex unit. That arrested during a certain period 27 people, and 14 of those, nearly half, had 10 or more arrests. And then there was another stat that out of 481 repeat offenders that had at least 4 felony convictions accounted for 12,000 charges in a 2-year period. Is there anything we can do, or if you just want to speak, if you can, bluntly about, I know that puts you in a tough spot. And then there was one other figure that really surprised me, that 2,300 times officers failed to appear at a grand jury. And is that because they just feel like they're defeated from the very beginning, or I know that's a lot, but just talk to us about that.
Well, yeah, you're trying to put me on the hot seat, but that's good. Our officers are going to keep making arrests. One of the things that we feel we can do better is put together cases. We can put a better case together at the front end. So when we present it to the DA's office, they will have a much easier time in telling the story to the judge, and it will make the judge's job a little bit harder for giving out lighter sentences. So that's one of the things the Atlanta Police Department and the Fulton County District Attorney and DeKalb County District Attorney, that's one of the things we're trying to do. As far as what can you all do, we just need you all support. It's just that plain and simple. We need you all support. I don't want to come out here and bash any judges because they have hard jobs to do also. But if we get you all support, it will make the decisions a little bit harder. We speak with our community members all the time and tell them when something happens, we need them in court. And that helps quite a bit because sometimes, well, most of the time, I believe, the community, the citizens are able to put more pressure on the judges than we do. So if we have you all support, that will go a long way. As far as the officers not showing up in court, it's various reasons. I'll start off by saying anytime that happens, we investigate the matter. And if that officer does not have a legitimate reason for not going to court, discipline is given on that officer. But there are various reasons. That officer may have been working. Maybe the subpoena did not get there in time. But there are various reasons where it can happen. But anytime it happens and we're made aware of it, that officer does face discipline.
Thank you. Who's number 23 down there? Okay, Chairman Darlene Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your being here today, and I have several questions. I'll start following up on what the previous speaker was talking about, and that has to do a little bit sideways, morale of your officers, and how much of a deficit do you have in officers right now?
The morale of the officers. It's picking back up. The morale was not good last year during this time, but I think it was not just Atlanta, that was across the country. So morale was down, but it is picking back up. Yes, we are not fully staffed. As Major Lamb stated, Georgia State Patrol is not fully staffed. We have conversations nationwide, not just in the state of Georgia, but nationwide with other law enforcement agencies, and everybody is facing that challenge. So we are a couple of hundred officers short. Our recruitment and our retention is key. We're trying to do some different things to focus on that recruitment and retention. Our retirements have slowed up, but it takes approximately 8 months to get an officer trained and out on the street. So this is not going to be a quick fix. This is not something that happened overnight. This is something that happened over years. So we're in the process of correcting it. But yes, we realize those are two big challenges that the law enforcement community has.
A couple more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I come from a rural community, and what happens in Atlanta does filter down to the rural communities where they see loose ends, they travel. And I'm concerned even for my community because we are seeing an uptick in crime also. But I'm curious, are you part of the Anti-Violence Advisory Council that the mayor has? Because I kind of want to find out a little bit about some of the things that that council is planning or wanting to do. I know there's discussions of spending $70 million to fund initiatives and new things. And I kind of would like to know what kind of initiatives you've been doing. And I think the recommendations were kind of sketchy. That's a lot of money. You can do a lot of good with that money. I'm just curious if you have any idea how the actual expenditures are going to be.
No, I am not part of the anti-violence committee, so I would not be equipped to answer that particular question.
Okay, and other things besides lighting and reaching out in the community, one of the things that I see, stepping back, and I guess of all citizens in the state, is the problems that we have with mental illness. And I wonder what you are doing in Atlanta to help those with mental illness. Do you have a special program that you're doing through the department?
Well, yes, one of the things that we do, we have CIT training or crisis intervention team training. All of our officers have to go through that. We are not mental illness experts, but that helps our officers identify and deal with individuals that do have mental illness challenges. Whenever we come across those individuals, we will call Grady or other entities within the city and the county to help us give services to the mentally ill.
Do you also see those as part of the repeat offenders? I see some of that in my district where it seems to be the same folks that are having some disturbances and they repeat.
Some of them, yes, but the vast majority, no.
Okay.
And for the city of Atlanta, a lot of people that have mental challenges, they are not our violent offenders. They may do some social crimes or violate some social ordinances, but they are not our violent criminal. Overall, they are not our violent criminals.
Is that the same thing with the homeless? You don't see as much crime with them as you would the violent criminals?
Well, I don't want to say we don't see crime. I'm saying they don't, the homeless and the mentally ill are not the main or the majority of the people that are committing the violent crimes. They do commit some crimes, but they do not commit the overall violent crimes that we're seeing.
And if I could follow up, sir. I'm curious about, you made a statement about being able to pursue certain crimes. Are there ones that you read in the paper that you're not following up on certain, I guess you would say nonviolent crimes? What does the department do when they have I think there was an article this morning, somebody on Edgewood, they have a small business. How are we helping the small businesses? Do you pursue the type of crimes, or is it only the violent ones that you can follow up on?
The City of Atlanta Police Department, we follow up on all crimes, every single crime, whether it's a felony or a misdemeanor, or just a violation of a city ordinance. We follow up on any and all crimes.
Okay, thank you.
Number one, that's ironic, you're number one.
Thank
Representative
you.
Hochul.
If the shoe fits, thank you. With that, I want to continue the types of questions that I've asked throughout the day, because I'm really interested both in interventions and the data that informs those interventions. And one of the things that you said really struck out to me, which is this issue of the lack of consequences going through court. Can you dive a little bit deeper into that and give us some more understanding? Is that with respect to violent crimes, with murders and aggravated assaults? Or I want to make sure that I understand exactly what you're trying to relay to us.
Well, consequences, I will say that's where our repeat offenders come in at. The repeat offenders deal with individuals that commit, not only commit crimes, but have been convicted of crimes. And so if they don't have real consequences, whether it's they have to do mandated community service or mandated service or jail time, if they just get probation and come right back on the street, that's considered no kind of consequence. We have individuals that steal cars, and although stealing cars or stealing something out of a car or burglarizing is not called a violent crime, it is a crime that makes our citizens feel uncomfortable. So we'll have individuals that'll get caught, and I'm saying getting caught in stealing cars or getting caught in stealing out of cars. And when they go to court, again, they will get probation. They will not serve any type of crime. And for most of the time, if someone steals a car, that means they probably stole other cars and they just weren't caught at that moment. So if we catch them stealing one car, it might have been 5 other cars that they actually stole and didn't get caught doing. And nothing happens to them. They may get probation. Or if we're talking about juveniles, and don't get me wrong, when juveniles are caught, most of the time, if they go to juvenile detention and have to do time, they come out worse than when they went in. But when something happens with a juvenile, nothing happens to them. We have juveniles that steal cars, that break into homes, and they get released right away to their parent. They won't even have to go to juvenile and spend a couple of hours. The parents just come down, or the parent or guardian just comes down and from the police precinct and takes them back home. And there's a lot of times where that juvenile may be out on the street within a couple of hours when the officer is still doing his or her paperwork. So that's what I mean by no consequences.
Okay. I think what I heard from there is a distinction between how those that are committing homicides and aggravated assaults and others that may be committing violent crimes but maybe not hurting people. Is that a fair interpretation? Or let me just ask you directly, are those that are committing murders and aggravated assaults, are they just being released and repeat offenders, or are they being treated differently?
It depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. That's a pretty broad brush, and every incident, although it may be a murder, every incident has a different story. So I don't want to paint it with a broad brush. Sometimes they are released, sometimes they are held. It just depends on all the other consequences or all of the other characterizations that go with that story.
Okay. And one last question, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Is it your sense that the cases are in fact being prosecuted, but it's this issue on the court side of it? In other words, along the continuum of where actions are taken, of individuals identified, individuals arrested, individuals prosecuted, individuals sentenced, where along that line is the big problem? What I think that I hear you say is it's not with the identification, it's not with the arrests, it's not with the prosecutions, it's with the sentencing.
Some of it is with the sentencing. Some of it is plea bargaining. So because Fulton County has so many cases, or DeKalb County has so many cases, they'll plea bargain a case because they want to hurry up and get that case adjudicated. So they'll do a plea bargain. And in a plea bargain, most of the time, that sentence is going to be lighter than if that person did go to a hearing before the judge, or a jury hearing. So yes, those are parts of the story.
Okay, thanks.
I believe we have Representative Jackson down there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today. You mentioned in one of your programs that they provided wraparound services. Could you talk about those wraparound services and how successful you think they've been?
The wraparound services, I think they are very successful. I'm not sure of the exact percentage, but I think I want to say about 90%, it may be a little bit higher, of the individuals that participate in it do not become repeat offenders. And some of those wraparound services, they'll help the individual get a job. They'll help the individual get a GED. They'll help the individual graduate from school. And they also provide services to, like I said, the parent or guardian. They can help the parent or guardian get a job. It will be something as simple as talking to a young man and telling him or her how they should dress when they go on a job interview. It will help them get clothes to go on a job interview. It does little things like that a lot of us take for granted.
Thank you. I think that's excellent.
We've got a follow-up question to one of Representative Holcomb's questions. Chairman Petrie is online with us. Representative Petrie or Chairman Petrie, if you want to go ahead and ask your question there.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me, Chairman?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Yes, and thank you, Chief. Want to follow up to a couple of comments that you made and to a question that Representative Holcomb had. I would love to get, I have long been very interested and have had multiple bills relating to the parole process in Georgia. I would like to get your thoughts on, as you talk about individuals lacking consequences to their actions, and with the repeat offenders, which are so common with anybody that deals with violent crime, knows that almost always these are repeat offenders with multiple crimes behind them. What, Chief, what are your thoughts on the efficacy of our current parole process in the state of Georgia, which affects the entirety of the state? What are your thoughts about pardons and paroles?
I believe they are overworked also. I believe if they had more individuals, more staffing, they could probably do a better job. One of the, and I didn't mention them when I spoke, but we have a crime meeting every week, and we have had people from the Department of Community Services take part in our crime meetings, just so they can hear the challenges we have and we can hear some of the challenges they have. I believe their biggest hurdle is the staffing. If they had more staffing, they could do a much better job.
Thank you, Chief.
Representative,
Mr. Chairman, can I ask one follow-up to that?
go ahead, Chairman Petrie.
Chief, just to get your, do you find it to be accurate that many of the individuals that you arrest for violent crimes have indeed committed other violent crimes and in fact have been paroled oftentimes from those crimes? Would that comment be true in your opinion?
Yes, that would be true. I believe most of the individuals that have committed violent crimes, when we get them, when we come across them, that is not the first time they have committed a violent crime. And there is a lot of them that are on parole, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Representative Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. So my question, especially like tapping onto Rep. Holcomb's analytics questions, is time frame, kind of considering the time frames we're discussing here. And if I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong. During the pandemic, I know a number of courts, not just in Georgia, but elsewhere, were kind of more generous when it comes to their sentencing or what have you, or their bargaining during that time frame to alleviate from putting more people in jails during COVID and diverting them from there as opposed to holding them. So when it comes to time frame, I guess for the committee's knowledge, kind of what time frame are we looking at here as far as the violence in Atlanta? And then asking the question of any of the bargaining options that were provided during the pandemic that might have been more lenient as opposed to before pre-pandemic. Are some of those things still in place now that's making it where a lot more people would be released as opposed to being kept?
Well, the time frame, I don't have any of that statistical information with me, but I will say that during the pandemic, for part of the law enforcement community or the law enforcement process, the police departments and the sheriff departments and Georgia State Patrol, we were the only ones that were really working because of the pandemic. Although the sheriff departments were working, they had to be very cautious of how many people they took inside the jails.
Mm-hmm.
The court system had to be very cautious. So a majority of the court hearings, they did not have court hearings.
Mm-hmm.
So that created a huge issue. So people that would normally go to jail or maybe get held for a specific period of time, it just was not happening. So the police officers and sheriff's deputies were basically working overtime because the other parts of that process were not in place.
Yes, and a follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Go right ahead.
So with that, and I kind of figured that was kind of what happened. So are those more lenient options still in place that could be contributing to what's going on now, or has that been starting to be rolled back?
It started to roll back. Most of the courts have opened back up. The jails are now taking in more people. So I believe that is one of the reasons why you see the numbers going down. As I mentioned, 50% was the numbers that were continuously being given when it was referenced to Atlanta. As of today, that 50% is now 11%. I believe because the jails are now open and courts are now open, that helps us deal with the people that want to violate the laws.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Representative Crowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief Coit, thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony. A couple of questions. So you mentioned earlier that y'all have the same problem that just about every other law enforcement agency has that I know of right now, and that's a shortage of staffing. And I know it's become increasingly harder to recruit and retain officers. But specifically on those officers, how are your numbers as far as beat cops go? I know y'all have several specialty units and you're having to allocate resources where they're most needed to investigate some of these other crimes. And I know the homicide investigation unit, their clearance rate is fantastic. They're a wonderful unit. But how are your numbers as far as precincts and actual just beat cops, boots on the ground now as to where y'all would like for them to be or where they used to be in numbers?
Well, we would like to be fully staffed. When we are fully staffed, we're able to give our officers more breaks. They can take time off at a more consistent basis. Now, because we are not fully staffed, our officers, we have to restrict what we do. Say if we were fully staffed, and I'm just gonna throw out some numbers, we may be able to say, okay, 5 people can take off this day. Whereas now, because we are not fully staffed, we'll say, okay, we're only gonna be able to allow 2 people to take off. With that being said, we are able to have our officers go out and patrol the streets. We are able to do that. Our officers just aren't able to take as much time off as they should be able to. And because of that, the officers get a little overworked. But to supplement that, we do have, as I mentioned, our ACE unit, our APEX unit, our HIT unit. Those units, whenever we find increases in crime in a specific area, we're able to send those units in to help the beat officers address those crime problems.
Okay, thank you. And just as we spoke with Major Lamb earlier, but having more people on the street would probably help reduce crime overall. And I know the 1,100 guns stolen out of cars, entering autos is a huge problem. If you don't have a real proactive presence, that's one of the crimes that tends to go up. So having more numbers in general would help to alleviate some of that.
Definitely. Just officer presence tends to make people want to do right. So it's not about arresting people. If we have officer presence, that tends to have a good outcome to crime.
Prevents you from having to arrest people from crime. It actually prevents crime from happening to begin with, which
Correct.
is a better outcome. All right, one last question, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead.
And this is just to follow up because I haven't heard lately the status, and I was curious if you could help me with that. Officer Rolfe was reinstated and placed on leave. And I'd heard that the district attorney Willis, there was some question about whether or not she was going to prosecute the case. I know that it was done under the previous district attorney, and she was, I believe, had talked to the attorney general about having someone else prosecute the case. Can you tell me where that case stands as far as the prosecution and if it's going forward or where we are in seeking a resolution for his case?
No, I am not sure. You would have to speak with District Attorney Willis or someone from her office to get an update on where that case stands.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Jackson. See down there, 24? Who's that?
No, that's
Representative
me.
Green. Okay, Chairman Green, I'm sorry. My apologies.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your testimony and certainly talking about at Problem Center. And that would be something that I think the committee would be interested in seeing in action there. But what I want you to do is take and walk us through for a young 12-year-old that has committed a crime 2 or 3 times and you got him again. Where's the problem there? That is it with the Department of Juvenile Justice, or what can we do to help you there?
Well, it depends on what kind of crime that 12-year-old has committed. Sometimes that 12-year-old just wants some attention. So a lot of things we try to do is we try to have a connection with that 12-year-old, and that's what comes into play when we have more officers. Our officers are able to connect more with the community. We have the At Promise Center, as I mentioned. We have PAL centers. So when we have initiatives like that in place, we're able to talk with those youngsters and help them out. We're able to talk to the family. I would not say that it is Department of Juvenile Justice. I would not say it's their problem. It's just a variety of issues. Maybe that child needs some help at school. I'm not sure. Maybe the child needs some more recreational things to do. And it's not all about just playing sports. Maybe they want to play chess, or maybe they're into music. If our juveniles, if our youth had more things to do, that would keep a vast majority of them out of trouble. When they don't have things to do, they start doing mischievous things. And sometimes those things graduate to violations of the law or city ordinances. So if you all could help us out with having more recreational activities for our youth, I think that would help out the community a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Representative Frazier online. She has a question or a comment at this time. Representative Frazier, are you with us?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, thank you also for being here. I'm Representative Frazier from the great state of Augusta. And I have a couple of questions I wanted to ask you. You mentioned guns, and we have a lot of laws on the books for the Open Carry Act to carry guns around the state. So can you kind of touch on that a little bit more as it relates to the effect that guns have on the rise of crime right there in Atlanta, and talk about possibly the easy accessibility to it, and then kind of let us know what can we do as legislators or the Georgia General Assembly to help the Atlanta Police Department control the flow of guns through, because I spoke earlier about my 2 grandsons that were afraid of police officers. I have police officer friends right here in Augusta that are also afraid of their constituents because of the accessibility that everybody can carry a gun anywhere, almost everywhere.
Well, that's a very hard problem. One of the reasons that I believe we have an increase in violence is because everyone has access to guns. And what we find is when we arrest individuals with guns, the majority of those guns don't come back as stolen. So that means a couple of things. When people have guns stolen, they aren't reporting them. And the other issue is people are able to get guns illegally, whether it's from a straw purchase or some other illegal means. So the vast majority of guns we recover are not reported stolen. Everyone has a gun. And the lack of conflict resolution skills is very, very evident. in the past, simple arguments, what would normally be simple arguments now results in gunplay. And that's because everybody has a gun. And officers are, at this point, if you see someone walking down the street with a gun, because of our state laws, the officers, for the vast majority of time, we cannot even approach that person and ask them where they got that gun or why they have that gun, because Georgia is a right to carry state.
And so how can we help you with that? Would it be best for us to go back and maybe amend some of the gun laws that we have in place so that we can keep our officers safe also?
I think we do have to make some of our gun laws a little bit stricter. And when people commit crimes with guns, those laws need to be stricter also. So if someone commits a crime with a gun, that sentencing, that discipline needs to be a lot stronger than if somebody committed a crime without a gun. So those are two things that would help law enforcement out drastically.
Thank you.
Representative Jaspers, Chairman Jaspers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it Chief Coy? I didn't hear it right. Is that right?
It's Chief Coit.
Coit.
Yes.
So, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't catch it.
That's fine.
Thank you. Hey, first, just a comment. I think you'll find this committee, it's a tough questions, and this is what we do in here. But we appreciate your officers and their work on the streets. And I say this in the face of unbelievable criticism last year from the top down. But I don't think in this room you'll find that. I mean, I think you'll see us as solution finders and just trying to figure out things. I mean, because we're not in your shoes. But I just want to put you, just for me, because I do ask some tough questions. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
And so my question is, when I was writing this stuff down, I'm making notes, and you said the word "no consequences" in reference to what's going on out there with certain violent criminals, and Chairman Werkheiser brought up some numbers that we talked about earlier today. And I'm just wondering if this is the pendulum swung. Governor Deal, I was here and we worked very hard, I think all of us did, on criminal justice reform, and said many times, we build our prisons for those who we are afraid of. And I think at this moment, with the people that I talk to that live in Atlanta, I live an hour and a half away or so, they're afraid of those very people. And has the pendulum swung where we've kind of made it a little easier for a prosecutor to go, well, we'll plead this out, or someone to not take the extra step and put that violent criminal in jail for a while to think about what he's done? Is that what's going on? I mean, because I think it's a fair question. I don't think it's a news-generated question. I think it's a question that the individuals that live in the city and the region are thinking about. Because I think because it's a wave, and it goes back to just like Representative Frazier said there, do we need to toughen this up?
Well, yes, I do believe the pendulum has swung. The course of history, we've seen that happen. It constantly swings from one side to the other. So yes, we have to be more stringent on who we discipline. And that's why I said we are trying to do a better job of getting that case together at the front end, so we can make the district attorney's job a little bit easier. And when the district attorney goes and talks to the judge and presents the case in front of a judge and a jury, they will have a much easier time of doing that. So that's one of the things where we feel like we can step up our game. But we still have to be careful and realize we cannot arrest ourselves out of this problem. Putting everybody in jail is not going to correct the problem. We have to realize that some of these issues are because people are suffering financially, whether it's they feel like they don't have a job that can pay for the bills, or their kids need medicine. We have to look at a lot of other issues. It's not just about arresting everybody.
I guess I'm not in the arresting everybody, especially on the low end that we've all talked about, but it just seems like when you said the word no consequences, I think of all the things I've heard today, that has stuck with me. And then how, not just in what you guys do, but the next step up. Do they have that, say, serious thought? Because I think it's just undermining what Georgians feel is safety. And it has that pendulum swung that Governor Deal talks so often about. But that's just something where I know there's no real answer to that. And but I appreciate you trying. Thank you.
We'll recognize Chairman Powell at this time.
Thank you, Chief Coy. Yeah, I've sat here and I've listened. I've got a number of questions, and I'm like my colleague to my right. We're not up here to condemn you or to grill you, but we're after some answers. And I almost hate to say it, it sounds like they might have sent you up here as a token lamb by everybody else being out of town. So I thank you for coming, and I want to thank you for your honesty today. First off, let me ask you, what is your history? How long have you been? Were you always with Atlanta PD? Did you work your way up through the ranks, or other agencies?
Yes, sir. I've spent my entire career with the Atlanta Police Department. I've been a police officer for 29 years. And as with everybody on the Atlanta Police Department, we have to start out as patrolmen, and I've been able to work my way up.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That makes me feel real good about asking you some questions, because you've got the historical perspective of where you've been and where the department is today. First question I got, tell me a little bit about the jail situation. As a not from Atlanta, but somebody watches the news, I continue to hear the politics around the Atlanta PD. Do y'all have a jail? Something about your jail was closed and they're wanting to make something else out of it?
Well, I will say the jail is not closed. We still have a city jail. So there is a lot of discussion over the jail, but the jail is still open. For the most part, the jail accepts people that have violated city ordinances. For today's discussion, we're talking about violent crime, and the majority of violent crime are felonies. So people that commit felonies do not go to the Atlanta City Jail. People that commit felonies go to the Fulton County Jail. So the jail is open, but it does not play a part in, I guess, today's discussion, because we're talking about violent crime.
So y'all send them to the county jails and not the city jail then?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask you a question I'd asked previously about bonds. In my discussions with some of the jurists, when cases come before them, and I'll just cite the aggressive driving, drag racing stuff. They want to take these folks off the streets if they can, instead of a revolving door turning them out. But when they set a bond, what I understand is that most of the time, or a lot of times, it gets kicked up to the higher court, and then they turn them loose without a bond or with a personal recognizance. Your knowledge of that?
Well, it depends on what that person is charged with. Depending on what that charge is, the judge, by state law, the judge is only able to charge a certain fee on what that fine is. So depending on what that fine is, that person will get that fine or that penalty. And as far as when the cars are impounded, again, by state law, if that individual pays the fine and that car was not involved in, say, a homicide, and we don't have a legal reason to keep the car in impound, once they pay that impound fee, they're able to get the car right out. And that's where a lot of the issues come from. I think it would help us out, help us being law enforcement out a little bit more, is if that person was not able to get that car out of impound for a period of, say, 30 days or 60 days, that means they will have to think about the acts that they have done. They're not gonna be able to get the car out in 24 hours. That car is gonna sit in there for a month or two, and they're gonna be paying that car note. They're gonna be paying insurance on something that they cannot drive, and that's gonna make them think about it. Hopefully, that will make them think about what they've done before.
In a lot of the cases, in your opinion, in a lot of the cases, though, when officers make cases and there's no bond or a personal recognizance, isn't that kind of a slap in the face of the officer?
Yes and no. This is as law enforcement officers, we only enforce the laws that the state legislators that you all pass. So when we write those tickets and make those charges, we pretty much know what's going to happen. We know the parameters that charge carries. So sometimes it's a slap in the face, yes. What happens is when that person goes before a judge or a jury, we feel like maybe it should be a little bit stricter. But as far as that person coming out on bond before they go back to court, that right there can be demoralizing for the officer. If somebody is able to sign their own bond as opposed to paying a high bond, that's when it's a slap in the officer's face. That officer may have had to fight with somebody, and that person is able to sign his or her bond. That right there is what's the slap in the officer's face.
And possibly in a lot of conditions, that personal recognizance may be because they just don't want to lock them up because they know they may be in jail for a while and they'd have to tend to them. Would you say that might be part of the rationale behind the judiciary?
The judiciary?
If they're, or
well, when you say lock them up, the law enforcement officer, whether it's a police officer or a state patrol, that's who I would say locks them up. You mean as far as giving somebody
setting
a
the
bond?
Setting the bond.
Yes, yes, sir.
You talked a good bit about the social programs, and I don't necessarily disagree about the issues in our society today, but I do have a concern that when we talk about the social programs, this is almost a secondary to the problem of crime that we have, this out of control situation. And you're right, it's not just in Atlanta. It's growing in every county, in every state in this nation. And I have concerns about this because when we're talking about the young criminals, and yes, the social programs may do a lot of good or maybe they're not, but I have concerns to follow up on Chairman Green's concerns a while ago. When a 12-year-old can be guilty of a heinous crime, and if they go in front of the juvie judge, why do they not have bed space at the YDCs and the CYDCs? Or this is based on the judge's order. I mean, can you give a little, I've got concerns about these young criminals because if we don't stop it earlier, then they just become older criminals. Any idea how this may be?
Well, as far as how much bed space or why the judges of juvenile are not enforcing some of the laws a little bit better, I'm not sure. As I mentioned, I believe one of the things we can do is we just have to tell a better story. But before that, we've been doing it this way for a while. So I feel like we need to try something different to get these youth before they commit the crimes. But when they do commit the crimes, we as police officers on the streets, we have to do a better job of telling that story on how they committed the crime, why they committed the crime, and let the judge go from there. But I still believe we cannot arrest ourselves out of this problem. This is something that this did not happen overnight. This is something that has been in fruition for some years, and it's going to take us a little bit of time to find a solution for it. This is not something that we can correct overnight.
Another question I have is there's some of the comments have been made about possession of firearms, Second Amendment rights. Something that several of us on this committee, we've been very concerned about it for years. We've tried to pass certain laws. There's been some criticism from some of our members as well as the folks who are basically opposed to the Second Amendments or weapons as a whole. But a lot of us take this very serious, that the right to have a firearm, either for sport or for defensive action, is a necessity. And what we're seeing is the numbers are growing in this country. The numbers that I've seen is that the fastest growing area are Black females. Then females in general are the fastest growing ranks of people that are buying weapons at gun stores and being trained in how to use them. But you had made a mention about how many weapons that are stolen from that are stolen from cars. That's certainly a legal right to have a weapon in a car. But because of the laws on concealed weapons, a lot of people that don't have a concealed weapons permit, or if they decide to leave that weapon in a car because in certain places that is not permissible to carry a weapon, then they have no other option but to leave it in that car. So would it not be a possibility that if people were given that opportunity, basically to carry that weapon? And I don't subscribe to open carry. That's everybody's choice. I always personally thought that a concealed weapon was always, for a law-abiding citizen, was better. But would that not be an answer to this problem that you're talking about the number of vehicles that weapons are stolen from? If that person has legal custody of that weapon, that they should be able to carry that weapon for defensive and self-protection purposes.
I myself don't think that would be an answer. And I don't believe that would be an answer because I've mentioned before the lack of conflict resolution skills. People's mindset is in a totally different place right now. We do not talk things out anymore. We have a number of road rage incidents. We just don't talk things out anymore. And carrying a gun is a high privilege, and we have to walk around that way. If a business did not want you to come in with that gun, that is that business's right. So I believe what we should do is, if that person leaves that gun in their vehicle, they should have some kind of lockbox or safe in their vehicle. And if that gun is stolen out of there, I don't want to say charges should be brought against that person, but we have to think of some other way to do it, because too many guns are being stolen and those guns are being used in other criminal acts. But I don't think that just having everybody being able to carry a gun any and everywhere, I don't think that's the answer either.
Well, I halfway agree. The privilege, you're correct, but it's also something that's a step above the privilege, and it's a constitutional right that people have that right. They also have a right to do the right thing. And that's the reason that in this day and time, it needs to be for defensive purposes, so that you can protect yourself. And I wonder what would be the call time on someone in a neighborhood in Buckhead, which seems to be so much crime seems to be generated outside that area today. What is the average time for a response to a call up there if someone is breaking in their home? with the possibility of an intent to do bodily harm. So, that's the reason that people have that. Or if someone, like some of the cases that I've seen, where they're being mugged at the malls or wherever, I have those concerns because people have a right to protect themselves. And until we can restore a certain level of law and order so that people have trust, then people are going to continue to want to exercise that Second Amendment right even more. Last question I might ask would be, I have concerns about the demographics of the crime situation we have. And I know it blends different from whatever part of state we're in. Do y'all have access to the numbers on black on black crime, black on white crime, white on black crime, white on white crime? Do y'all have those numbers that we could look at these demographics to see where how this stuff blends together?
Yes, we keep statistical information on all crimes. I don't have that information with me right at this moment, but yes, we keep information on those incidents.
Could your office supply that to the committee members?
Yes, we can pull that information together for you.
I'd be very grateful. I guess overall, as a 29-year officer, you've probably seen it all. Who was the mayor when you were first elected? I mean, when you were first hired?
Is
that Andrew Young?
I believe it was Mayor Young. Yes, yes,
Mayor
sir.
Young. And things have certainly changed in 29 years. I have concerns that the politics of the day in Atlanta has created a lot of the problems. Maybe getting soft on crime is not the appropriate answer. I had said something earlier in this meeting when I sat in this chairman's position a few years ago, and the merchants at Lennox and Phipps said that the order that went out to them was that if you're a merchant and if somebody is caught shoplifting, don't call us, we won't respond because we got more important things to do. And that was a concern to me then, that was possibly the start, that it sent the wrong message out to that. And then when I see other things that's given me anxiety about the treatment of the officers. Last year, there was a few things, somebody asked the question, one of the members asked the question about the pending charges on the guy that was involved in the shooting when the perpetrator on video grabbed one of his weapons. But there's one that sticks to me even more that I saw a picture during the riots of last May, a year ago, that there were a group of assembled officers. And we understand that everybody's got a right to protest. And the best y'all can do, that our sworn officer can do, is try to keep a lid on the actual violence. But there was a picture of a couple of young students in a car that had darked out windows. And when they came through a roadblock and they were asked to roll the windows down and they refused, and they broke the window. When they were asked to get out of the car and they didn't, then they were unceremoniously pulled out of the car. But yet those 8 officers, as I understand, if I'm wrong, please tell me, but as I understand that they were summarily dismissed from their position without due process and were even charged by the then district attorney, which those charges, I understand, have been dropped. Is that correct?
On some of it, yes. First, let me start with the merchants up in the merchants that were told not to call the police. That was not the case. What happened with the merchants for the shoplifting or the larceny incidents, what was happening is Atlanta police officers were going to those locations and making the arrests, making the transports. And a lot of times the merchants would not go to court. So that's the merchants I guess, prerogative. So basically, the officers would be pulled out of service for an extended amount of time and nothing would happen. So if somebody commits a crime, officers would still come there. What we were telling them is that if there is a larceny, they may have to wait a little bit of time because calls are given out on a priority basis. So something that may be a larceny as opposed to a traffic accident or a fight or somebody that has been shot, it's going to be lower on the priority list. So officers would still go out there, but we were just trying to advise the merchants that if they wanted to make that larceny case, that we wanted to have more cooperation from them. But we did not tell them we were not going to come out and make the arrest or pick up that subject. As far as the officers last year that were involved in the incident with the 2 young college students, that case is still open and it has not been adjudicated. So it would be ill of me to speak on that case because anything that I would say is going to be on the media and it could jeopardize that case as far as the officer standing. So I would choose not to speak on the case involving the officers.
I want to thank you for your honesty. I want to thank you for your service to Atlanta PD. And please relay this to your rank and file officers because they certainly have a difficult job.
Thank you.
Chairman Green, you have a follow-up?
Just a quick statement to the committee. Since June of this year, there have been over 1,400 crimes committed, major crimes that are committed. And out of that number, we have only had 3 paroled individuals involved. And I didn't want the committee to leave here without an understanding that our pardons and parole is not doing a good job in relation to taking, and it's a hard thing. If you ever go over there and sit with them, you will know that it's a time-consuming job, and it is something that weighs heavily upon those 5 individuals. And I need to know that.
Okay.
Yeah.
26, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, a follow-up, and I want to address some of the questions that a number of members have referenced in reference to the juvenile side of things. So many, many years ago, we were arresting juveniles at an increased rate. And through the work of a lot of entities involved, to include a judge that was actually in my county, he's done amazing landmark award-winning work in this space, Judge Steve Teskey. We got to a point where we pulled back on arresting juveniles with the concept of, releasing them back to the parents, alleviating that burden from law enforcement with the hope that, the parents or people at home or their families would do the work of turning the juvenile around. So interesting enough, of course, times have changed. And to hear now that possibly that concept of letting the home take care of that aspect is not necessarily working anymore. Just in this case, I think it still bears the need to have a conversation as to what that looks like. And I know Judge Teskey himself is still doing a lot of work in this space, especially in the psychological side of it and the wraparound services side of it when a child has an interaction with law enforcement. So I think it's a good conversation to continue. And also I would like to possibly see if he can come and speak to possible solutions, since he was a huge part of why our juvenile justice laws have changed over the years to begin with.
Thank you. Representative Crowe.
Thank you. Chief, just one follow-up real quick. I wanted to make sure I understood a comment you had made. So when Chairman Powell was asking about the guns stolen out of the cars that enter in autos in Atlanta, you had mentioned a a safe or a lockbox or something inside the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Is that, and it sounded like to me, and maybe I misheard, that it sounded like it was the gun owner's fault for having their gun stolen out of their car, which is already a locked box. I mean, it's in a vehicle that's locked. So I want to make sure you don't advocate for penalizing a gun owner for having their gun stolen out of their car, do you?
No, I did not say that.
Okay.
What I'm referencing is we all know how easy it is to break into a vehicle. And I'm not saying it's right for somebody to break into a vehicle. I'm just trying to think of to make it even harder for that criminal to break into the vehicle and get something as dangerous as a gun. So that is why I was referencing a gun safe or a lockbox. That is one of the things we talk with our community about all of the time. If you put a gun safe or a lockbox in the car and lock it down, cable it to a part of the vehicle, whether it's in the cabin of the vehicle or in the trunk of the vehicle, that person is not going to be able to go in there and in a matter of seconds come out with a deadly weapon. Most of the time when they break into cars, they want a quick reward. And if they see a safe in there, they know that's not going to be a quick reward.
Thank you. And I understand it. And I understand the point you're making there. My concern too is that with that, it does reduce accessibility for the gun owner as well. And they need to, having it accessible if somebody is looking to do violence or injury to you is one of the main reasons you have it. So we want to make sure we keep them accessible for the gun owner as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again for being here. I just have one follow-up question for you before we move on. I understand that APD has a policy to where you do not do pursuits and chases. Is that correct?
No, sir, that is not correct.
So you will pursue a criminal if it's someone for a certain level? Is that, or a suspect? I'm sorry.
Certain circumstances have to be in place. There was a time when we suspended the chase policy, and we suspended the chase policy because we had a couple of accidents. And we asked for PERF, the Police Executive Research Forum, to come in and reevaluate our chase policy. We wanted an unbiased opinion on our chase policy. So we asked the outside agency to come and take a look at it. So while they were taking a look at it, we suspended our policy. But since then, we have reinstituted our chase policy. But we have stipulations. It has to be certain crimes with a certain time frame in that incident. For example, if somebody had committed a aggravated assault, and we had a description of the car and the person, the suspect, and it happened within an hour, we know that person is in that vehicle, has a higher probability of being in that vehicle. So in an instance like that, we will allow our officers to pursue the vehicle. We do not want our officers pursuing vehicles for any incident. For instance, if that same vehicle was seen a week later and we did not have a description of the driver, thinking that driver was the actual suspect, we would not want our officer to chase that vehicle because the high probability is diminished because it is a week later and that suspect may not be in the vehicle. So we have certain stipulations on when our officers can chase vehicles.
Can you tell me offhand, when's the last time roughly a APD has been involved in a pursuit or a chase of a criminal? I mean, is that something that's as recently as the past week or month? Or
it's probably been within the last week. And I will also say we have a air unit or a helicopter. So, and we have cameras and license plate readers. We have a lot of other opportunities or a lot of other things that assist us in getting those individuals.
Do you have a flock system here?
We do not have currently we do not have the flock system, but we have LPRs. I'm not sure what the manufacturer is,
Understand.
but we have a different type of LPR.
Okay.
So we use those things to apprehend people that are in violation of laws and city ordinances in vehicles.
Understand. Chairman Jaspers has a follow-up question of mine.
Just real quick, Mr. Chairman, I just want to let you know we're listening. So I wrote down, put a big circle around it, that if you have ideas like the one you threw out a moment ago, that you relay them to this committee. So I'm sure the second floor of the governor's office is listening to this, but that little thing you said about letting those cars sit in the impound lot for 30 to 60 days, we can do that.
Yeah.
Well, help us out.
Well, I mean, but if you have other good, now locking, lock boxes in cars for guns, I don't know about that one, but if those are things that we could, if you can come with us to great little things that would help your guys have confidence in what's done, we're all in.
Okay, thank you.
One more question online for you. Representative Evans has been patiently waiting, so we've got one more question there. Representative Evans.
Thank you so much, Chairman Collins. Thank you so much, Chief. I'm so glad to hear your testimony today. And first of all, I wanted to say we are all thinking and praying for Officer, is it Gong Tai? Am I saying his name right? The gentleman who was shot in the face.
Officer Ty, yes.
Officer Ty, yes. And we're hoping and praying for a full recovery for him. And we thank him so much for his service. You mentioned earlier that so many of these crimes, high percentage people know each other. And I wanted to know if you knew about the number of spousal domestic violence crimes on women. Has that been level, or has that been on the increase? And if so, I want to ask you about that.
I don't have the specific numbers or percentages with me, but that has increased. It has definitely increased since COVID started last year. It has increased dramatically.
Right. And what weapons are usually used in those type of crimes?
All types, whether it's hands, guns, knives, anything and everything are used in those instances.
Okay, thank you. And then regarding the street racing legislation that we passed this year, I know one part of it was we passed a law, made it a misdemeanor for organizing and promoting street racing. And I had heard for some law enforcement, they were very hopeful that that would be helpful in preventing some of these crimes. Have you all been successful in arresting people for organizing and promoting the street racing?
Yes, we have been successful in that. Since that and some other things have been put on the books, the numbers have gone down drastically. However, we're still dealing with it, but the numbers have dropped significantly. And I believe it's because of those things that are on the books and our partnerships with GSP and our other metro area partners.
Yeah, good, thank you. And then just as a side note about what you're requesting about potentially holding the cars and impounding, I know in discussions with several different jurisdictions, I think even the Prosecutors Council, there was concern about civil asset forfeiture, that impounding would be taking the vehicle without a jury trial, so taking a property. So I'm not saying the state can't do it, but I'm saying I know that was a consideration and that not being proposed this year.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, Chief, that's going to finish you up here this afternoon. And again, we're very gracious for your time and thankful for your leadership and trying to help us solve some of these problems. If you could get any of that information over to my admin, we'd like to have that and distribute that out to the committee.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you very much. Okay. At this time, we're going to hear from Terry Norris and a couple of our sheriffs in the metro area. Sheriff Labatt could not be with us here today. He had a prior engagement, so he was not able to be here, and hopefully we'll have him in some of the upcoming hearings. But I'm going to call on Terry Norris from the Sheriff's Association He's going to set the stage for a couple of the sheriffs that we have here with us today.
I just make a comment.
Please go ahead. Go
Thank
ahead.
you for allowing us to come in today. You have Sheriff Ron Freeman from Forsyth County, Sheriff Barry Babb from Fayette County. A lot of the questions you've asked earlier today, dealing with bonding and such, these are the people that can give you some additional information on that. So thank you for having us today.
Thank you, Terry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First of all, Mr. Chairman and members, thank you for inviting us here. And on behalf of Sheriff Babb, myself, thank you for addressing some important things that are helping us keep Georgians safe. And obviously that is clearly your concern. So we love seeing our legislature taking this at the forefront. So first of all, from us, seriously, thank you. Here, I'm gonna tell you some things. If you'll give me some privilege here for just a couple of minutes, and then Sheriff Babb will have some stuff, and then we'll be glad to take any questions you have. And I know you've been sitting here like us for quite a while. So I'm gonna tell you this thing maybe with a little different slant than maybe what you've heard today. Crime's not getting any better. Criminals are getting more bold. Not only is crime rising in Atlanta, it's rising in the suburbs. And we've looked very hard. I'm a data-driven guy, and I've looked at, and it's spilling it over into even Forsyth County. County with the lowest crime rates in Metro Atlanta, but yet I don't speak anecdotally. I pull data, so I can back up what I say. And let me tell you a little bit about what we've been facing the last year. Crime arrests out of a Metro Atlanta area represent nearly 50% of all arrests in Forsyth County for property crime, robbery, and financial crimes. It's factual. It's based again on data. And you talked about, I heard several of you mention the fact, talking about accountability or being held responsible for their actions. Here's what I can tell you that we see. A large percentage of those arrests, we see youthful offenders who have had multiple encounters with the criminal justice system, multiple arrests, and nobody's held them accountable. And they become emboldened. And now they're going to the suburbs, and I can only make an assumption at that point that they're also committing crimes within the metro, within ITP, OTP, inside the perimeter, outside the perimeter. Look, we keep those low crime rates because we're a very assertive law enforcement agency. We're very proactive. I still have judges and prosecutors when we arrest offenders who put them in jail and keep them in jail. We don't do signature bonds. I've seen data from some other places. Some of you may have seen data from some other places where serious violent offenders are being released on greatly reduced or signature bonds. I don't do those. Offenders in Forsyth County, when you endanger our residents of Forsyth County, you still go to jail. And if you're found guilty, you go to prison if you're a serious offender. Now, we have all the programs like anybody else. Don't get me wrong. Not every, I will give Chico, he is correct. You can't arrest your way out of this. But when somebody endangers your community, you better protect your community. And so serious offenders still go to jail if they're found guilty. Things that the signature bonds, the other things, guys, it doesn't have a place, and it can't. And we're seeing the results of that, I believe, at this point. Again, I said, we have all, look, I run my own RSAT program that the state corrections runs, which is a regional substance abuse treatment program. When people get in jail and I can do something to help them get better, because most people are going to get out of jail, whether it's jail or prison, they're going to return to our communities. If I can help them get better and have a better chance of not showing back up in jail, oh gosh, that's our responsibility as well. And we work hard at that, but we work just as hard at taking criminals off the street who endanger our communities. Now, I'm going to quote a good friend here. I believe, and I think most sheriffs believe, we believe in second chances. Sometimes they're called for. And again, stealing from a friend, we don't believe in fourth, fifth, and sixth chances. And that's what we're seeing. There's got to be an accountability. I think in a lot of cases, you're seeing law enforcement doing their job. And there have been some unique challenges that I have not seen in my 33 years of doing this in the past few years in law enforcement. And I think some agencies may not be doing it. My agency never slowed down. During COVID, during unrest, during anything else, we never slowed down. But we did the same thing we do. We have a strong bond with our community. We have strong support from our community. The police are, in our case, the sheriff's officer, respected in our community because we work hard at what we do on the forefront of that. Nobody's talking about there's not societal issues that we must not address. That's the big picture for respected legislatures like yourself to be able to, approach and look at. But first and foremost, and I think it was Chairman Powell, I think you said, if we don't feel safe, what else is second? Food, water, and safety are paramount to us. And I think those are things that we would do. I will tell you a couple of things. I have a really good working relationship with Sheriff Labatt in Fulton County. It's been refreshing. He and some of the other new Metro sheriffs have sent some of their teams to look at some of the things we're doing in Forsyth County, our crime suppression teams and how we do things. I think he's committed to trying to remove violent offenders from the street. And so I'm pleased to see that. I believe state agencies have a valuable place, but I'm going to ask you as the committee to please remember it's local law enforcement that's doing the heavy lifting here. It's my deputy sheriffs in Forsyth County, it's Sheriff Babb's deputy sheriffs in Fayette County, or police officers from name the police department who are doing the heavy lifting here. So when we talk about what we need to do to get a handle on crime, remember that there's agencies that are working really hard to reduce crime, to keep crime down, to keep their community safe. And in a lot of cases, those are leading agencies like Fayette and Forsyth and Cherokee and Hall and some of the others who are working really hard in the suburbs to do that. We're at the leading edge of this fight. Those being said, again, as I told you, nearly 50% of the arrests for significant crimes occurring in Forsyth County are coming out of the metro region. It doesn't mean Forsyth County residents don't commit crimes, because that tells you there's 50% coming from outside the state, outside the metro region, or within Forsyth County itself. But we're seeing these offenders. And I will tell you this, we talk about second chances, we talk about juvenile offenders. There's technologies that exist today that will allow us to track these second chance offenders, that will allow us to do a much better job of holding them accountable. And if they get to the point where they look for a third chance, we can now hold them accountable. And I think those are things that we must do. Those technologies, imagine ankle monitors, but imagine technologies that actually work. There's things out there that will help even in the day of reform and the day of things, but we can't miss the fact that first and foremost, our job among all jobs is to take people who wish to do our citizens harm and take them out of the community until they can quit trying to do harm. And I'll be blunt, and I will speak to you, and I hope you understand I'm saying this respectfully. I'm tired of seeing 5 and 6 chances. I'm tired of looking one of my citizens in the eye, or a visitor in my community in the eye, who's been victimized by someone. And then I look and see that person has had 8, 10, 12 arrests, and somebody gave them 12 months probation for a burglary, and it was their second burglary. Or somebody let a sexual assault offender go on a signature bond, and now we just arrested a kidnapping suspect who was back at his victim's house in Forsyth County. It happened in another county, but my guys had to go get him and chase him through the woods and take him into custody again. What he was going to do to that victim, I don't know, but I'm sure he wasn't there for a good purpose. Those are the things you're speaking of, and we've got to figure out how to address. And I realize it's part of the broader criminal justice community, but you've got to address it. And you may be uniquely situated to be able to address some of the problems we've clearly identified in the signature bonds and the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, fill in the blank chances that some offenders are getting here. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Sheriff Babb, let him speak to you, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
I get the back clean up. I'm Barry Babb, Sheriff of Fayette County. And just to echo some of the things he said, even though I've never lived in the city, I consider myself a native. I was just born just a little ways from here at South Fulton Hospital. Grew up at Greenbrier Mall. Even though I lived in Fayette, there wasn't anything in Fayette. I ate all my Chick-fil-A at Greenbrier and saw my Walt Disney pictures there. Grew up going to Rich's, West End at Sears. So it's home. I even went to school over here and used to fight for a parking space on Decatur Street at Georgia State. And just to tell you how much of a native and how much the city means to me, I asked my wife to marry me over a chili dog at the Varsity. 34 years, I guess it worked. So still at it. I'm indigestion, yes. After 34 years of law enforcement, indigestion's daily, but especially when you've got this pressing down on your diaphragm. But 34 years this month, I dropped an application with the City of Atlanta Police Department on Ralph McGill at their background in recruitment. I didn't take the job because Sheriff Johnson in Fett snatched me up, and I would work there for 22 years from a detention officer to a captain. Now this has a point. I ran for sheriff in 2008 and I lost. And so you really don't get to stay a captain at the sheriff's office over patrol when you lose an election to the new sheriff. So I had to find a new home. So at age 43, I went to the Atlanta Police Department, went back through an abbreviated mandate and worked actually in this zone right here in Zone 5. Of course, a few years later, I would run again because people talked me into it. And I'm kind of like, what do I have to lose at that point? And I won. So I'm on my third term, my first year of my third term. So I think I'm the only sheriff in the state that's worked a beat, walked a beat, and worked in the city. So I can tell you, I still got a lot of good friends here. It was a great time for me. I love the city. My hero, the reason I became an Atlanta police officer and a deputy sheriff as well, was my uncle was an Atlanta police officer. So I say all that to say it kind of gives me a little bit of perspective being in Fett, which is just a few miles south of here. I live just over the county line. Takes me a few minutes. I can tell you that when I got elected, they didn't know what to do with me at APD because they were like, what do we do? And Doug Evans with Channel 5 told him I was there. The paperwork did go up, but nobody realized anybody would win. But they sent me to the airport. So it'd take me 15 minutes to get out of the parking deck at the precinct at the Hartsfield and be in my driveway. Now, what that means is I can hear gunfire in the city of South Fulton and hear gunfire in Union City a lot of times when I'm out in the yard. And I don't think that they're target practicing. But this piece of property I live on has been in the family 101 years, so it's home for me. But just to echo things like the Deputy Chief Coit had said, it's not just an Atlanta problem. It's everywhere, and we have to fight it unified. And the things that we're seeing with the State Patrol, the GBI, the Sheriff's Office, we participate in 3 federal task forces here based in the city. Well, I say based in the city. 2 are organized crime and drug enforcement task force, OCDF, which actually takes the name of a Fett County citizen killed by Brian Nichols, ICE agent Winham. And so we also, and I am on the control board with West Metro Georgia Regional Task Force as well, based out in Carrollton. But it works a lot right here in the city, like a place called The Bluff, different things like that, where we see a lot of heroin come out of it. So I was on the phone with a Roswell police chief. He's since retired, but he was a chief a few years ago. I was sheriff. And he summed it up the best I've ever heard it. And I've never forgot what he said. And he said, is an armed robbery a big thing in Fett County? And I said, absolutely. An armed robbery is a big thing in Forsyth County. And he said, well, it is in the city of Roswell until it gets to Pryor Street, which is the Fulton County Courthouse. And then it's one of many, which is, I can tell you the offenders I arrested here in the city, there was one individual and his street name was White Mike. And I worked him a lot over there on Northside Drive, Hemp Hill, over there in Home Park, which was at the time a lot of robberies against tech students. I gave him his 40th arrest, and I don't think he had ever spent time in a state penitentiary at that point. I think before I left the city, he did go away from stealing a car, doing a home invasion and all of that in Home Park, which is where a lot of tech students live. So that's the things that when you ask what demoralizes us, it's that revolving door. In just a minute, I'm going to show you my poor man's PowerPoint. This is something I use at a community meeting a good bit because we don't always have PowerPoint. If I'd known I could have brought you a lot more visual aids, but this is something that works. Just to give you a little background on what we see. The repeat offenders is huge. We've probably covered that a lot. One of the things that really, And I get people's attention in my county when I say there's one gun control I'm all about. And that is, if you're a perpetrator and you use a firearm in a crime, I'm all about hammering that person. Because what we see is it runs concurrent with everything else they got. And so let's say they got a 10-year sentence and they had a firearm during the commission of a crime. Well, that's going to run with that 10 years. They need to be hammered. And actually it's in the books, but we don't see it enforced. Now I have a new DA and I'm very excited about what she's doing already. So those are the things that we're crossing paths because we're just now getting the system back open. But I just want to show you this if I can, because hopefully you'll be able to make it out because there are pictures off of video, but it just kind of goes to show you what we're dealing with in the suburbs. You know, the chief had referred to 1,100 firearms taken. That's huge. That's where all these guns are coming from. I feel like most of these guns are coming out of what we call theft by taking in and autos. And I know that we've had guns taken out of. What'll scare you is the suburbs, and the reason they hit us, and it's gangs, they call it hitting licks. That's exactly what they call it. They go to the suburbs, and they do it here in the city too. Because I can remember having to work the Falcons games because we were trying to keep people's cars from being broken into, different things like that, any kind of conventions coming to the city. But they call it hidden licks because they know they go to the suburbs because we did a study of all of our car break-ins in 2018. 78% of our cars were unlocked that were entered. So it's not really break-ins, is it? And 80% of those cars were sitting in residential driveways. They'll drop teams off, they'll do a bunch of cars in one night. And it's amazing to me how many guns are in cars unlocked. So I use this at community meetings for two reasons. Number one, lock your cars. All right. We can say that, but you know, sometimes we forget. So I used to tell folks, if you take your dog out for that last walk, check your car doors because they're going to check them and they're going to walk through. But the second reason I say that is because I'm going to show you these pictures that are going to be a little spooky, because if you confront somebody breaking into your car or just pulling the door handle, getting in your car, chances are they may be armed. And they're probably going to have the drop on you. And I'm fixing to show you one. I hope that you can make this out because it wasn't really good quality video, but can you make out a man walking beside a Chevrolet Silverado pickup truck? Actually, this was a couple of years ago. I like this one because if you can look right here by his thigh, he's actually walking around pulling door handles, carrying a firearm, ready. That's not somebody you want to wake up out of a sleep because your Ring camera says somebody's in the yard. And it happens. People do get shot at. The other picture I want to show you is not exactly a typical location that we see where we do have a theft from a motor vehicle, which usually at gas stations now we're starting to see carjackings. Or what we call sliders, or somebody nicknamed them sliders, where they go in. And the key to all this, the reason I'm talking about this is they come out of Atlanta, Fulton County, Clayton County, DeKalb, all over. 70% of my crime comes from outside the county by our stats. This picture was November right before Thanksgiving, this too. What I have here is the top picture. Is you can see the gas pumps, and this car has pulled up with the brake lights activated. And now that car is the perpetrator vehicle. Now that car has multiple occupants. They had actually rode through the gas station parking lot, and the victim was inside the store. So he realized what was going on. He ran outside and they drove off. Well, they circled the block and they came back. When they came back the second time, they were a little more ready for him. So when he runs outside, and you see him here running outside, they started shooting at him. We had two different round casings on the ground. One came back out of a homicide in Atlanta. He was actually shot in the leg. The storefront was shot up. This is on the border between us and Clayton County. I say border because that's all you hear in the news today. How about county line? But our shooter's 15 years old. And this is not his first rodeo. Matter of fact, Atlanta gang helped us identify him. He is in custody right now on some Fulton County charges. We haven't been able to make well, we have charges, but we haven't been able to adjudicate that case yet. But he's connected to a lot of stuff. And we see that a lot on these young perpetrators. That's what we're seeing. So if you can tell, there's one gas pump over. This guy is running for cover because this is right in the middle of the shot. He actually climbs up under that vehicle. I believe it was about 10 rounds exchanged. Well, not exchanged, but 10 rounds fired. And then we knew he was on Camp Creek Parkway right after that because they love social media. And then they tell on themselves, thank goodness sometimes. But this is kind of what we're seeing in the suburbs. We're all seeing the same thing. So repeat offenders and guns. And what we would just ask, and we really do appreciate the fact that you want to hear from us, because it is a sheriff's unique perspective. A lot of times chiefs can't tell you what they really think. Not that I'm saying the chief can't, that was here earlier, but we answer directly to our people. And a lot of times the chiefs really can't say what they really want to say. And I can definitely, sympathize with that because they answer to a minimum amount of people to keep their position. So a lot of times it's easy for us to shoot straight, see what's going on. And I guess I'll close that out and wait and see how we get grilled.
Thank you there. We have number 24.
Thank
Chairman Green.
That's me. Thank you. Then thank y'all for coming today. I have 9 sheriffs in my district, so I have the largest district in the House, and so I appreciate every one of them and what they mean to my communities. Let's go back and talk about juveniles for just a moment. It seems like our juveniles are involved in more crimes than they ever have been. And I know that juvenile courts kind of lack strict sanctions in them. And let me say at this point that the House of Representatives did something last year. They passed something that I was opposed to, and that was increasing the age to 18. I want to know your feelings about that because it's now pending in the Senate.
You're looking at me, so I guess.
I think you'll find our answer very similar. Yeah. Look, I will tell you this. Our Department of Juvenile Justice is ran by Commissioner Tyrone Oliver. Tyrone and I work together as police officers. I have a huge amount of respect for that man. One of the best police officers I've ever worked with. But he's running an organization that's challenged, and he's making some great strides in that. You go back to the juvenile justice system, as you were speaking of. I sometimes have to go personally to my judges to get them to override juvenile offenders being detained because we want to cut them loose for everything they did. And again, no one's saying every kid that commits some minor crime should go to jail. That's not what we're saying. But you're hearing again, what I'm telling you is breaking into cars, carrying guns to commit felonies, burglarizing people's houses, robbing people, shooting at people that you and Sheriff Babb talk about. And we're going to give them another year and sometimes 5, 6, 7 encounters with law enforcement by making them 18 before they have to answer to a serious potential penalty if they have committed serious offenses, not status offenses, serious offenses. And particularly what we're talking about is violent crime, violent or significant crime that truly endangers a community. I don't see it.
All very good points. The only thing I would add to that is what he had said earlier is not everybody deserves to go to jail on the first hit.
All right.
There's a lot of that. We probably are together when we say we get a lot of phone calls from parents that say, hey, my kid fell in a bad crowd. We get those all the time. Sometimes though, that kid is the bad crowd. I think and since it's not something that's passed, my 2 cents for whatever it's worth, let's make sure that somebody like this, it's 15, now he's 16, is treated a whole lot different than somebody else, let's say a shoplifter or different things like that. These are the people you don't want to keep doing this, because this is part of that demoralizing. This is the things, this is why they do violent acts, is because they've constantly gotten away with it. And the gangs know this. They send the juveniles out to do some dirty work, knowing that they're going to get away with it more than somebody that's already attained adulthood. Both of these gentlemen, if you want to call them that, are gangbangers. That's all there is to it. And wanted in many locations. So yes, it's one of those things where you hate to say it, but it's almost a case by case basis. Let our litigators decide who is the ones that need to be looked at, and let the system work in that respect if it can. I mean, if we had the answers, we would be making more money, wouldn't we? Or we would be doing something else. I wish we did have the answers. Does that answer your question?
It does, and thank y'all for being so honest on that particular. And I hated to put y'all on the spot like that, but I think it was something that needs to be said. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Number 14 over there. Is that Chairman Werkheiser?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all's testimony. And really, I guess I should have waited for y'all. I was asking the deputy police chief the questions that I guess he really couldn't answer, and y'all, I guess, answered for him. I'm one of those 1,100. I was parked at my kid's house in a very nice suburb in Marietta, and had checks and cash laying in the seat, and and my car was locked. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and broke my window and took my gun, and they were gone by the time the first alarm hit on the truck. Still waiting to get that gun back, and it's been a year. So to continue with that answer for him, since you can say what he can't say, how does he change that? Or is there anything he can do because y'all have got the support of your DAs and your judges. What can we do? What can he do? I mean, it seems like we all keep coming back to, we know what the problem is. So what can we do about it?
And then I'm sure you've got a comment. First of all, thanks for bearing your soul and saying that you were a victim of something that's now common practice. One of the reasons you might have been targeted that we see is what kind of stickers are you putting on the back of your vehicle?
A state rep tag. Other than that, no stickers.
A lot of times, and I hate to say it, but even a service member's tag, decals that say I hunt or fish or Glock, those kind of things key in. I had a burglar tell us one time, if you fly an American flag outside your house, you got guns in your house. And that was a burglar telling us some of his tricks. So they look at things that we demonstrate, and sometimes they do target us. They target, all you got to do is talk to College Park and places like that to see how they target the vehicles when they know you fly out, you can't take your gun. So we see a lot of that, probably an accumulation of 1,100 firearms taken. What makes that an important crime is those are the kind of folks that are using weapons, that are gaining weapons. That's why I tell people that even if they didn't bring one in your neighborhood, they may be walking around with one if you confront them. And we're going to have to confront them. We would rather you be a good 911 caller and tell us what they're doing play by play if we can get there in time. And then we let our investigative techniques take over after that. But I'll give you an example. His name is Raiden Morris. He did 37 car break-ins in 2 days before we put him in jail. He had just got out of the state penitentiary for breaking into cars. He spent a year in our jail because he never could make bond. We actually pulled him out of Bankhead, Northwest Atlanta. That's where he lived. He came to Fayette County. I went to the cell block and talked to him. I like to pick perpetrators' brains as they'll talk, and he would talk. Everything he got out of those 37 cars, not one car was broken into, and he got $600 by selling all this stuff at a flea market on Old National. Now, that's lucky, so to speak, because a lot of times they have connections. They know where that laptop's going to go. I've seen Department of Defense laptops taken since I've been sheriff out of cars. I've seen medical laptops. The software is out there. They get it. They do what they need to do. And that's how they get a lot of identity and information. But the longest he's ever spent anywhere in custody was our jail. And then when he pled out, he basically got time served once he got to the state penitentiary. And within 6 months, Douglas County Sheriff's Office said, we want to talk to you about Raiden Morris. We think he's doing car break-ins. Now, he is not somebody that really cared about the firearms. I can tell you that one, and I think it was the one on the other side of this board, said he liked to target certain neighborhoods that he felt like he wouldn't get shot in. So these are the repeat people that we see, and a lot of times it's gangs, and it's multiple people sometimes dropped off in a neighborhood. Sir?
Just about always.
Yeah, and hopefully that covered your question, because sometimes I'll spin around in circles. But
And by the way, so they have this sophisticated system. Let me know that the victim assistance thing. So I looked my guy up. Broke my truck window on Friday. He was out Monday, and so I Googled him, and he'd already bonded out 2 other times during the summer. So that was his third.
So I would just add quickly is, I think Sheriff Babb hit on it earlier. Look, you asked what you can do as a legislature, because you have certain responsibilities as well as you have certain abilities. If you pass legislation, if you commit a crime with a gun, let's do something about it. Let's make that serious. Let's make that painful. If you commit a crime with a gun, we're talking about violent crime, right? We keep talking about violent crime, and correctly so. And thank you for talking about it. Let's make that serious. Steal a gun, or you use a gun in the commission of a crime, let's make that significant. It is already on the books, but if we're seeing it pled down, we're seeing it not consecutive, or concurrent, not consecutive, then that is something that you could take a look at as the legislature. Is there an opportunity to make that stronger? Because again, we're not talking about the kids shoplifting. We're talking about someone taking a firearm and committing a violent crime. If we can't protect our citizens from that, then I don't know why we're all here. And I think you're committed to doing that.
Thank you. Chairman Powell, last question here.
Last question. Guys, I just can't tell you how impressed I am with y'all. What a breath of fresh air. Not that the assistant chief wasn't, but, I think y'all identified part of the problem. There seems to be a whole lot more responsibility to folks who are actually elected by the people than those who have to work for some of the elected, folks. I want to thank y'all for your comments here today. I got a couple of questions. One deals about the demoralization of the police today. Your thoughts, problems with your staff, problems about your training, because it appears to me that both of y'all, in my mind, have some pretty good training within your departments. Could you talk a little bit about the demoralization? Then I've got one other question.
So I am unique in Forsyth County, can probably be best described as a bubble within a bubble. It is a unique community where we almost unanimously carry great support from our citizens. Law enforcement is treated with great respect, and vice versa. We treat our citizens with great respect. My deputies can rarely buy their own dinner if they're in uniform, because 3 citizens will be competing to pay for their dinner. But even in that environment, during last year, I saw it in their eyes. I went and talked to them. I went and saw them face to face. It was a tough time seeing our profession beat up as bad as it was, sometimes deservedly so, for individual actions, bad actions by some actors who wore something that looked like this, but oftentimes guilt by association. And it was a tough time. I'm blessed. I don't have a real significant recruiting problem right now, but I will tell you that metro agencies and others, I've had a plethora of applications into our agency from other agencies. And when I talk to them, literally, this is what they tell me. I want to work at a place where I can police And they don't mean where I can be hard, where I can arrest everybody. They want to work in a place where citizens respect them. They can respect citizens, and they're expected and encouraged to keep a community safe. That's what I hear from them. I'm not saying that other places in Metro are not doing that. I'm not saying that's not their goal, but I'm telling you, that's what I heard from the officers. They didn't feel it. And so I think the challenge is how do we repair that damage that's been done, right or wrong? But that takes a lot of work on both sides. And it takes taking the politicization, and we're elected officials, out of law enforcement. And it takes driving home the fact that we work together to keep our community safe with mutual respect.
I have to put myself back into those shoes of a young officer sometimes to think what's running through their head. I believe, this is just my opinion, that if you can keep an officer for about 5 years, one, they're usually very well trained. They've probably experienced what I would call their first burnout. It's not an easy career in the best of times. So they've experienced some of the problems. It's very difficult on a marriage. It's difficult to raise a family. And what they're bombarded with is the things sometimes that we don't think about. It's not just the national rhetoric from a lot of leaders in our country that need to change, because let's face it, what we are right here is just the arm of the courts and the arm of this assembly here at the Capitol. We're just the arm. So if they're refuting our authority, they're ultimately refuting the entire state, the whole system. And so they're not going to respect any authority. I tell people this all the time. If they won't behave in school. They don't listen to teachers and just talk to teachers. They won't listen to principals or coaches or pastors, or a lot of them. Now, some do. I mean, obviously, they're not going to respect us anymore. And so when these young officers are out here, they deal going home with a spouse that sees law enforcement officers ambushed and killed. And that worries them. I remember my wife and the way she was in the beginning, and she's, after 34 years, she's learned to deal with it. She probably feels sorry for the criminals that had to deal with me because I'm hard-headed and I don't sit still. But the officers are going home to spouses that are like, is this worth it for the money? Is it worth it for the insurance? Is it worth it for the retirement? Because you got to think a 25-year-old officer that maybe has 4 or 5 years has got to say, can I do this another 20, another 25? Is it going to be worse? Or do they think, yeah, it'll get better. I'm optimistic. I'm in it for the long haul. And so on top of that, then you get a little older officer that has kids in school. I bet you they don't. I mean, my kids are grown, but I imagine a lot of kids don't go around and say my dad or my mom is a law enforcement officer. Not today. I sit on a board of a small college in their criminal justice program, and the chair, who's a former officer, just point blank told me a few weeks ago that it doesn't make any sense. Everybody in the criminal justice program doesn't want to be in law enforcement and doesn't like law enforcement officers. And to this day, I've never been able to hire one from that school, even though I sit on that board. So it's a national problem that unfortunately we're not going to fix in here. Sometimes I think it's a generational problem where we're going to have to say, hey, this is a good thing. Okay, obeying the rules is a good thing. They're there to save lives and to protect people's property and their life and allow them to pursue happiness. So that's what I feel like the officers face every day. Is this worth it for what I have to deal with? And I think a lot of them punch out. When I lose officers, they don't go to another agency anymore. Sometimes they did. They might go to Forsyth where they pay them a little bit more if they don't mind the commute and the traffic. But they think, can I do this 20, 25? And then they don't. And on the flip side of that, I've got officers that are retiring before they reach maximum tenure because they're like, I'm done. I'm wore out. It's time to go home. I'm going to go fishing, or they find another career, and it's outside of law enforcement. That's what we're seeing. So does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah.
And thanks for asking that question.
One last question, if I might. The previous speaker had talked about theft of firearms from vehicles. And under the current laws we have in the state of Georgia, and we've got some fairly good open laws in the state of Georgia. But under our laws, a lot of people, as you had said, when they go to the airport, they've got to leave it in their vehicle, got to leave a weapon in their vehicle. He came perilously close to saying that possibly that folks need to be held responsible if they get their weapons stolen. And I understand, because we got some people who's never read the Constitution, nor do they understand that. What's your thoughts on citizens, law-abiding citizens and their rights in regard to firearms?
That they shouldn't be infringed.
About that simple.
I mean, that's it in a nutshell.
And I will say this, he talked about law box stuff. My spouse carries, okay? My wife carries. But I did put a lock box in her car because there are times when she's going into the gym or going into something else, and I know that cars get broken into, and I want that gun secured, and she'll lock it. But to your point, it's only when she's going to be leaving the car and not going back into it. So because she is well trained, she was out shooting with me last Sunday afternoon, and my 22-year-old son. I don't play golf. I shoot guns, and I shoot competitively, or did. And I want it accessible to her so she can defend herself if a violent felon puts her in that position. But I do think if you choose to do that, it's a good choice to make it harder for a criminal to steal it. But again, I wish a lot of good law-abiding citizens who would get some training and feel comfortable in carrying a firearm would do so.
Thank you.
And if you don't mind if I add just one thing
Please.
to that, I'm not treading into that. Your vehicle is an extension of your home, and that's the way the law looks at it until somehow that's changed, and hopefully not. It's an extension of your vehicle. You don't even have to have a carry permit to have a vehicle, firearm in your vehicle. But I think the reoccurring theme, and some of the things y'all have asked, is it's very rare that anybody we deal with, that we're starting them a fresh rap sheet.
Very good.
Thank
you, gentlemen.
Thank you both for being here with us. Thank you for wearing your uniform. I think that's vitally important. I think a lot of times local governments get away from that. And, you know, I have a theory. I come from local government. Any department is only as strong as the number of officers they have 10-8 in that area. So I appreciate you wearing your uniform and polishing the badge here today with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the committee.
At this time, we're going to hear from Mr. Bill White. He is going to Zoom in with us. He is online from the Buckhead City now, and we're going to hear from Mr. White. We're going.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Wanted to thank you very much for your courageous leadership, for holding these hearings. Also want to thank Speaker Ralston for his tremendous leadership. I loved his opening statement about not talking about the problems for a long period of time. Nobody needs to be convinced that we have serious problems here in Atlanta. But we in Buckhead believe that it's very important to talk about what the crime stats are. And I was very surprised to hear the police chief of Atlanta mention statistics that are inaccurate. That's the murder rate. And I'm trying to hold it there. It's a little hard for me to do that. I don't know if you can see that, but it's up 133% in Buckhead. Shootings are up 164% in Buckhead. Those are Zone 2 statistics, and those are from Atlanta Police Department. So the police chief, God bless his heart, and we love all of our policemen and women and their families from the bottom of our hearts to the top of our souls. But those statistics he mentioned are 100% inaccurate. They're wrong. they're not fair, and there is a little bit going on with statistics, which I think we're going to have to address. As a victim of crime in Buckhead, it's very important for our members who've been listening, and I want to thank you so much for having us. We have about 400 people tuned in for the last 5 hours. We have many members of the press who are tuned in with us online, and I just wanted to thank all of the members of the Buckhead City Committee for joining us today. Mr. Chairman, if you're living in Buckhead today, what we heard from the police chief and what we heard kind of in general from some of the questions that are coming, it doesn't meet how we're feeling at home. We're living in a war zone right now. That's how we call living in Buckhead. It is a war zone. You get shot out for a Saturday jog. That's not by somebody who knew that person who is jogging. That's not an acquaintance. That's someone with mental illness. The chief had said that people with mental illness are not really causing very serious felonious crimes. That same person ran over an individual. Both of his legs were amputated later that week. I've been on 911 calls myself for violent crimes, never to have my phone call picked up. The 911 system stinks. The calls are not being answered. We are talking with several victims. Elaine Kovich, who is a pediatric nurse. She's about 5'4". She was dropping off her car at a dealership in Buckhead. And a gentleman came up to her, and forgive me for using the language, but it's been out in the public. There is video of this from the Uber driver that was picking her up from the Mercedes-Benz dealership where she was dropping her car off. And the gentleman who had been out from Clayton County 9 days before on aggravated assault with a signature bond said to Eliana Kovich, who takes care of little children as a nurse, he said, "White bitch, get on your knees and beg for your life." And when the Fulton County DA and the Atlanta Police Department were told about this, and she said, "Isn't that a hate crime?" they were told directly to her face that she's the wrong color for a hate crime. Andrew Worrell was out on a Saturday jog, just jogging around on West Paces Road. He has 3 children, beautiful wife, Ann. We're in regular contact with them. We're in touch with the families of those people who've been murdered in Buckhead, who've been raped in Buckhead, whose cars have been stolen, whose cars have been carjacked. My sister-in-law will not go to the gas station without a gun in her pocket to get gas. She has 2 children, a 10 and 12-year-old. Now she doesn't go to the gas station. She has her husband have to schedule time to take her car to the gas station to get gas because she will not go anymore. Have a neighbor who's 82 years old who was stuck behind one of these intersections where the street racing went on. She got so scared, she was afraid for her life. She called me, said they're going to kill me. And she drove her car over a divider, damaged her car, $3,500. The insurance company said, "Well, that's, you did that. Your life wasn't in jeopardy." And here we have Kasim Reed on his announcement for mayor with the top actor from Fast and Furious, the street racing movie, encouraging street racing. So here's a woman who nearly had a heart attack, ruined her car, 82 years old. And this street racing is so out of control. People who live in Buckhead cannot sleep at night in their $400 apartment or in their $4 million apartment. The crime is colorblind. It's happening to everyone. And here are some of the issues that I just really want to talk about with you, Mr. Chairman, and your amazing committee studying this and the House studying this. We admire you all so much. We thank you for your courage. But Atlanta was one vote away from defunding the police. They were one vote away. And even if they voted to defund the police, they've actually done it anyway with their lack of proper funding for our police department. There is 100% lack of leadership from the mayor. She has announced she's resigning. There is a vacuum of leadership. Her policies, which she announces literally to stop picking up shoplifters, to stop arresting the water boys. They're young entrepreneurs, she says. These young men reach into cars, punching our friends, our wives, our daughters, our grandchildren, stealing money out of their car. And we wonder why those legal guardians or parents of those water boys, who Keisha Bottoms calls entrepreneurs, are not all being arrested for not being responsible legal guardians of those children who are causing havoc in Buckhead. The police were uniform in saying that they have been demoralized, they have been villainized. I have spoken to many people at the APD. There are approximately 250 police officers who have quit in the last 12 months. That's approximately 2,500 years of experience gone. And the mayor continues to do things that underappreciate our police, that cause them to feel demoralized and villainized. When she fired those 5 police officers without due process, our group got together and raised money for their legal defense. They finally got their jobs back, but now these charges must be dropped. There is a very direct correlation to the fact that arrests in Atlanta are down while crime is through the roof. And I would submit to you, with all due respect to the police that we love, is I don't blame the remaining officers who have not quit for not doing the things that you would imagine they want to do, because they're afraid of getting fired, they're afraid of being prosecuted, and they are forced to continue working for APD when they really do not want to. The chief mentioned license plate readers and cameras. In Brookhaven, if you come in as a felon, the license plate is immediately sent to the police car. The police on duty go and arrest that person. In Atlanta, they go to some room where they analyze the data and they look at it and they decide who's going to be told about what license plate just entered. And I can only tell you that the chief of Brookhaven said that the way Atlanta handles that is a little bit odd. It doesn't make any sense to us. The criminals feel emboldened coming to Buckhead. Obviously, there must be things, I hate to say it, that they are enjoying wreaking terrorism on all of our community. They feel emboldened because they know if they get arrested, they're going to be out the next day. We have a new thing called bump and rob. It's the new hot thing in Buckhead, where somebody smashes into the back of your car and then you jump out to see what's happened, and you have a gun pointed at your head and they steal your car. So if I could just shift, Mr. Chairman, the great people of Buckhead feel like we've been exploited for way too long. So we formed an all-volunteer group called the Buckhead City Committee. We have raised significant funds for our efforts. We have engaged a significant lobby team to handle the de-annexation of Buckhead from Atlanta. And we will form our own city and our own police department to take back our city from the absolute feeling of living in a war zone. I wanted to thank Governor Kemp and the Georgia State Police and the DNR for coming in to do Keisha Bottoms' job. She's not doing her job, and the Atlanta PD sure appreciates the state of Georgia coming in to help. I've spoken with the Georgia State Police, the park rangers driving around Buckhead on 4-wheelies, arresting folks every weekend. And unlike the way the chief mentioned this, and I hate to sound contentious, Mr. Chairman, but we haven't had enough arrests in Buckhead. And so, yes, you're not going to arrest your way out of this problem, but we are nowhere near having enough arrests in Buckhead, with a murder rate of 133% in Buckhead It's insane. 164% up in shootings. It's insane. We are living in a war zone, and you have to forgive my passion because I have a niece and nephew who we moved from New York to be with our family. My husband's family lived here for decades, and now they're talking about leaving after we've come here to be closer to them and our family who we love. And it's a disgrace what's going on. So some of the things I think you should know is that we've been talking to CEOs and business leaders and restaurant owners and all kinds of folks. And they've told me, if you can get Buckhead City under control and you can get this crime under control, we will bring thousands of jobs to Buckhead. There is a mass exodus going on right now. 46 acres down West Paces Ferry Road are for sale. I swear to you, it's not because of the potholes. It's because of the crime. It is because of the crime that they're leaving. And I'm going around putting notes in their mailboxes. Please don't leave. Stay and fight with us. Please don't leave. People who've been here for 10 generations, 5 generations, they are running to Milton, to Florida, to Sea Island, to wherever the hell they can get to, where they're not afraid to go to the gas station and be shot getting gas. So, one of the things I would love to mention to you is we just got the results of a poll, and I think this would be helpful for the committee, Mr. Chairman, if I could submit it to you in writing, but I'd just like to make the quick highlight if you'd allow me. This survey is an exhaustive and comprehensive collection of responses from 1,400 Buckhead City registered voters collected via automated phone, live cell operator dials, and digital collection. The margin of error is 2.4%. Number one, far and away, crime is the number one issue for the voters of Buckhead City. 67% of Buckhead City voters rate crime as their number one concern. 54% of Democrats rate crime as their number one concern. And 63% of independents rate crime as their top priority. Number two, a vast majority of voters favor a referendum on their future. 65% favor a vote on the subject of Buckhead City compared to 28% who do not. 3, Buckhead City voters feel as though the police in Atlanta are demoralized, have been villainized by a margin of 65 to 18%. Democrats in Buckhead City feel the police are demoralized by a margin of 49 to 26. And African American voters in Buckhead City feel that the police have been demoralized by a margin of 40 to 32%. 2 more and then I'm done. Voters in Buckhead City do not have a positive view of their future with former Mayor Kasim Reed. Only 19% of all Buckhead City voters have a positive impression of the former mayor, compared to 58% who have a negative impression. And lastly, because this gets brought up all the time, Mr. Chairman, and I hope it doesn't get brought up today, but if race is brought up as an issue, the following statistic is very appropriate. 76% of Buckhead City voters believe it's unfair to label attempts to reduce crime as racist. 64% of African American voters in the footprint believe that it's unfair to label attempts to reduce crime as racist. And lastly, 63% of all Democrats also believe it's unfair to label attempts to reduce crime as racist. As we said, crime is colorblind, and these numbers prove that point conclusively. And just in summary, it kind of makes sense, Mr. Chairman, but I'm just not sure what makes sense anymore, because we don't know what has happened to our beloved Atlanta, the city that we love, the city that we don't want to divorce, but it is the city we are divorcing. and we believe we have the vote to vote our own destiny, because we believe in Buckhead that a police presence is a deterrent for crime. The chief says he's not arresting shoplifters. He's not arresting the water boys. He's not, by the way, Mr. Chairman, I'm not saying he wasn't telling you the truth, but he's not telling you the whole story. That policy of chasing cars was changed after some guy shot up a bunch of people on Far Road in front of 2 police cars sitting there who did not give chase to the shooter. They rendered aid to the folks who were shot up, and God bless them. But that's for the fire and the rescue company. It's the job of the police to chase those sons of bitches and arrest them. And they didn't. Oh, but the policy is now changed. But guess what? He didn't tell you that only certain police officers can chase certain cars, certain times, and certain crimes. That's an interesting thing. I hope you get to the bottom of that, because he didn't tell you the whole story. So Buckhead City is long overdue. The infrastructure, the quality of life, the safety, the investments we have made have declined sharply over the last several years. Longtime Buckhead residents are fleeing, as I said, to other areas at an alarming exodus rate. The threat of this insane rezoning thing that she tried to push through in the dark of night that we caught her for puts the future of everything that makes Buckhead so beautiful and so wonderful and desirable at risk. When we learn about the corruption from the past several Atlanta politicians, we have given up hope and patience to wait for the outcome of whatever this election is going to bring for Atlanta. Buckhead City residents deserve to have our voices heard and the right to vote our own destiny. And with that, sir, I'm happy to take questions, but please forgive me for getting so excited. I was sitting here for 5 hours and listening to everybody and loving the questions, because I know where the questions are headed. And I'm so excited that you're going to get deep into this and offer solutions to these problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being patient and being here with us today, and the work that you're doing on behalf of the citizens up there in Buckhead. We have one more person online that wants to speak with us today. Mr. Tyrone Dennis. Is he still online with us?
I sure am.
Tyrone, thank you for being here with us. Tell us a little bit about your experience, and I understand you're a former APD detective. Is that correct?
Correct. First and foremost, I want to thank you, Chairman Collins, for having me, the House Committee, as well as everybody that's spoken today. I've sat just like the previous gentleman for the last 5 hours and listened to everybody's comments. And for myself, I'm boots on the ground. The things you guys are talking about are things that I've done. I'm a retired, I did 16 and a half years with the Atlanta Police Department. I worked in our gang criminal intelligence unit. I was one of the most decorated officers that came through APD. And I felt like it was my obligation, even on vacation, to stick around to be heard. Because with some of the things that are being said, it's not the full, each side has different opinions about different things. For myself, I left last year, not because of the unrest like some people think. I left because of an opportunity. Myself, not only worked gang investigations, I was a lead gang detective, but I also do the community piece. I started a program called Clippers and Cops, where we go into local barbershops and speak with the community. The opportunity came for me to take a director position back in St. Louis, and I took advantage of it because for years working for APD, I made $48,000. And like most people, we take opportunity on our careers. I'm a father of 3, married 14 years. When everything happened with the unrest from last year, I saw some of my fellow colleagues get crucified for doing their job. When the unrest unfolded last year, when everybody stood ground down and basically pushed us or shunned the police, we still had to go to work. When the pandemic happened, we still had to go to work, never taking a break. And it was one of those things where my coach called to check on me during the unrest, and an opportunity presented itself. My 13-year-old daughter, when I came home after working 12-hour shifts, basically asked me and said, Daddy, she came up and hugged me and said, Dad, I don't want you to be the police no more. And that's when the writing was pretty much on the wall. But a lot of the things that we're talking about, gangs, I investigated gangs. We don't have a gang problem. We are a gang city. We had a gang problem back in 2007, but we avoided the question and to call it that. We wanted to say, no, it's not that. Well, now we're a gang city. And unfortunately, the only way that you combat the problem is cut the head off the snake. From a legislative point of view, we need resources to be able to do our job. A lot of the people within my unit, we lost over, like the gentleman just said, we lost countless years of expertise. I'm certified as a gang expert in state, federal court. I also served on a federal task force with the ATF where we linked gun crimes through NIBIN investigations. So it's one of those things where we need resources to do our job. We ride around in cars where we do surveillance, pick people up, work details in the same cars for years. The suspects know who we are and different things like that. So it's like we need the resources to do our job. A lot of officers now are standing down because they're one bullet away from death and one mistake away from indictment. So it's like, why roll the dice with their life? I think our mayor said last summer, she said it's not what we can do, it's what we should do. And what a lot of officers have done is chosen to just write a report instead of getting involved. The officer that was just shot in the face, he couldn't predict which call he got. That could have been anybody. So it's one of those things where the officers don't know, should they get involved or should they not get involved? You guys got to forgive me for my voice. I'm on vacation also, so I've lost my voice. But at the same time, I think that we have to be real and get people in positions that know the layout and how to combat the crime. If we're going to ask questions about crime, we need to go to the people that actually do the job of investigating the crime. This is my first committee sitting on, and I've been working gangs for the last 10 years, and no one's never asked my opinion or anybody in my unit's opinion. So we work together with other jurisdictions to try to make it work with what we got. And it's a lot of men and women that work for the City of Atlanta Police Department that do a lot of great work. And it's a lot of them that still are there. And in order for us to keep them there, we have to come up with ways to retain them. Retention bonuses, different things. A take-home car may make someone stay. But if we have to fight to get a pay raise where some people, one time in my unit, my sergeant made the least in the unit and he had more time on than everybody. That's a slap in the face. So it's one of those things where we have to be real about the conversation and truly combating crime.
And you said, for the record, you said you had left APD last year. Is that correct?
August 10th was my last day.
August 10th of 2020?
Correct.
Okay. Are there any questions that we have for Mr. Dennis? Anyone have any questions they'd like to ask him? We certainly appreciate your testimony here with us, Mr. Dennis, and thank you for your patience and your time and listening with us. I know the hour has gotten late, and we appreciate you hanging in there with us so much. Thank you for what you've done.
You almost made me miss my flight, but it's okay.
We appreciate you. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. We had one more person that was wanting to give some testimony, and I don't know that she's online. Moms Demand Action. Do we have anyone else online that has she hung around here with us? Okay. All right. We'll make sure and get her opportunity to speak at the next hearing. Again, these are going to be a series of ongoing hearings throughout the rest of the summer. So I appreciate the committee's time and your willingness to be here on a Monday in July, and look for your emails to be announced the next meeting. Thank you all. We're adjourned at this time.